that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Right side shot, just wide of the net, kept alive. Duchesne, second effort, he scores! It is raining power play goals at American Airlines Center, and Dallas has taken the lead 4-3.
And with that, we start the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here live on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Holy crap. What a night.
Holy crap is right. I feel very strange. That was one of the strangest feelings I've had after watching a sporting event, because you know you were getting pummeled in every sense. You were getting out skated, you were getting out goaltended, you were getting out hit, everything. And then out of nowhere, literally out of nowhere, the other team kind of loses their mind a little bit, and you take complete and full advantage of it. And I am sitting here, and the guys on my group chat, we're all perplexed. But we're like, yeah, we're happy, but we don't really know how to feel about this, at all.
The question coming out of Edmonton, I'm looking at it right here on Twitter. How do you win 40 minutes of a hockey game but lose by 3?
Yeah, and they won 40 minutes of a hockey game by a larger margin than 3-1 too. Like they were that was like a 5-zip game in that 40 minutes, and the Stars had the 5-zip game in the 20 minutes, the final 20 minutes. Like they outplayed Edmonton by such a wide margin in that third period. A very strange game.
5 unanswered goals in the third period, Bobby. 3 power play goals in 5.5 minutes, and the Dallas Stars win 6-3.
Yeah, I mean, that's the, like when we sit there and go, how does that happen? How do you, for 40 minutes, look like you don't belong on the ice with Edmonton at all? And then how do you flip that around to where you win this game by 3? Well, it's exactly what, like we had talked about leading up to the series, which is just Edmonton on their special teams during the playoffs has been bad. Last year, I heard this note last night. Last year during the Western Conference Finals, do you guys remember how many power play goals Dallas scored during the whole series?
No, 1.
0 for 14. They were 0 for 14. They were awful on their first power play in the first period last night. And then it's just they come right out. And in the span of just boom, boom, boom. I mean, as soon as that Miro goal was scored, it was just like you kind of felt the exhale of just like, all right, we can do this. And they gathered themselves and getting those penalties and following through on them just in succession in those 5 minutes, it was wild.
When did you feel that it started to turn?
I mean, the third period penalty. When they had tied it up, I was like, all right, they tied it up, but I mean, Edmonton has still outskated them largely. By the time Edmonton took that, so I guess it would have been the second penalty of the third because they had the one, the first one would have been in the late second period, but that third penalty in like that 6-minute stretch, I was like, all right, Edmonton has forgotten how to play hockey. Like this game is over. They are melting down, and let's get ready for the Connor McDavid finger point session that he's going to have later on.
Start of the third period, Miro scores on that screen with the power play carryover. It's like, how did that get in from that far out?
Well, I mean, it was a Janmark, I think, like just completely blocked out the goalie. And it's one of those things like he was that's what's get in front of it. Don't try to just kind of slyly redirect. No, get in front of that dang thing. And he didn't, and he blocked out his own goalie.
Well, one of their players did get in front of because after that, Perry with a high stick, and Euler gets hit by his own teammate's shot. He was holding his forearm, and I was like, what happened? They show the replay. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah,
How does that compare to a 95-mile-per-hour fastball?
I would assume very much the same. I mean, that's a 90-mile-an-hour shot. I would assume it's very similar. Now, the only difference is the puck has a sharp edge. Not sharp, but like a corner. Baseball doesn't have a corner. That's a circle, right? I have no idea what a corner like that onto a forearm/elbow. It's like, good gosh, you could have shattered your forearm there.
Granlund takes advantage. He continues his awesome playoff run. And then the guy we have to thank that could not stay out of trouble was, I think he pulled up in a Bentley or a Rolls or something like that. But Evander Kane, I mean, just if I'm an Oilers fan, I'm ticked off and I'm confused over what the hell he is doing out there. He cannot stay out of the penalty box. High sticks all over the place. And then Matt Duchene, as you just heard, with his first goal of the postseason.
Yeah, and I got a problem. I got a big problem with the official who I guess initially waved off the Granlund goal because that completely sapped the Sean McDonough call. Where McDonough doesn't even call it as a goal at first, and everybody said, and I was like, this is a big moment. This is exciting. We should have some Sean McDonough. And McDonough sitting there going well, they waved it off, and then he goes back. He's like, oh, okay, he's been overruled. I guess we got a goal. It's like, well, way to kill that call. Thank you, I appreciate that.
So for Evander Kane, a guy who, let's see, what does Google say? Oh yeah, had $26.8 million in gambling/bankruptcy losses. To live in the penalty box and take stupid penalties when he doesn't need to be.
Yeah.
Like that's a knucklehead.
So
Easy
you're saying
to
he
say.
intentionally did it to win a bet.
He probably had to, right?
Stars then kill a power play, and then I didn't realize Seguin tapped in the steal backhand.
I didn't either. I mean that's a steal goal. I was thinking. I didn't realize. And then they showed it. They showed the replay. They talked about it. They said, "Yeah, tipped it by Seguin." I still was like, "No, he didn't."
Yeah.
He didn't even touch that.
And that ended it. That right there ended it. That's the fourth goal in the third period. And you got bedlam breaking out at the AAC.
I will say, as bad as they were for the first 40 minutes, which I don't know.
Because I was thinking Oilers in 5.
Yeah, the first 40 minutes, it was like, oh boy, this is not going to go well.
Yeah, this looked like, okay, well, I think I saw Coop tweet it last night where he's like, it looks like they've learned nothing from last year. Like this matchup against Edmonton. It looks like they've learned absolutely nothing. But the one positive in the first 40 minutes was like Seguin looked like he was just on fire. That breakaway goal he had, and then you saw him just like jump right into the glass. Like he was pumped. He was playing with his hair on fire all night.
But that even felt like the Stars were lucky, right? It was like a crazy turnover
on the
leading
breakaway.
To a breakaway, and it's like, all right, you got your one goal there, but back to being dominated.
Yeah, they had to have it because they were getting completely outscated. They were getting dominated in that game to that point. And then even after that, it was like, all right, Edmonton just kind of regained it. The Draisaitl goal was a fantastic goal. It was all him. I mean, you got to stay in front of him. But yeah, like that, you got to take advantage of those opportunities. Seguin did take advantage of it. There's a lot of times you get that same opportunity and the goalie makes a great save on you. This didn't happen.
It was a great job by Draisaitl, but like it did feel a little bit like I remember I was watching like right up to him shooting it, where it's like it felt a little bit like when you watch the Harlem Globetrotter stuff where they're like dribbling around somebody and like patting you on the head, like where Connor McDavid's just kind of like looping around and then he's like, they just looked so smooth and it's like, oh gosh, you look completely outmatched right now.
877-881-1053 to get in and celebrate on the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line here on Sean and RJ. Pete DeBoer was asked after the game, what was the message heading into the third?
Trying to remember something along the lines of, I didn't feel we had played our best yet, and it's really tough to get to this point, and if you are going to lose a game at this point in the year, you want to make sure the other team has to earn it. And I didn't feel through 40 minutes that we had made them earn the position they were in. So the guys responded. We got fortunate. We got some power play goals. Happy for our power play. I mean, took a lot of heat last year at this point of the year, and was the difference tonight for us. So,
depth was a big topic yesterday, and Pete DeBoer, according to Sean McDonough, who joined us yesterday, was asked about this in the pregame presser, and he said, well, you got to give some credit to Winnipeg, but there was a spotlight on the other guys, on Jamie Benn. There was a spotlight on Seguin. There's a spotlight on Marchment. There's a spotlight on Lindell. There's a spotlight on the other guys. Well, as I tweeted last night, you wanted depth, you got depth, because I didn't even notice Mikko on the ice last night.
No, it was a lot of the glue guys. That's what you need. That's what you need. You need that to win championships in any sport. You can't just ride your superstar. It's happened where the superstar obviously gets all the credit, but you've got to get other guys to step up, and they certainly got it.
Yeah, it's something where we had heard about the Edmonton depth and the way that they can challenge you, and like you've got to be able to match that a little bit. And I mean, they were it's the most night and day thing you've ever seen. Like if you watch the first 40 minutes and then you see how Dallas played in the final period, it looks like two completely different teams.
Seguin was asked if that breakaway goal, again, he ends up with 2 on the night. Did that breakaway feel like vintage Tyler?
Felt nice to be a guy up the ice with some speed, yeah. So, it always feels good to score. It feels even better to win. I think I was thinking about that game last year, game 1 in here, where it was almost like a similar game, and maybe we didn't deserve to win, but tonight we maybe didn't either and found a way. Those are big games at this time of year. Just try to find a way to get a win. There's a great hockey team over there in Edmonton, so we'll take it and run.
How old is he?
Tyler Seguin, 34.
31.
Wow, okay, he's 33. I mean, he's been around for so long. I was thinking, he's going to be like 36.
I mean, he's had hip replacement surgery.
I know.
That says how old he is.
He's been around for so long, and he's still only 33. That's still relatively young.
Which that is the nice thing about it is, that was one of the things that they covered a lot when he returned, was just how much money he had sunk into putting a hyperbaric chamber in his house and like infrared therapy and all this other stuff, where he was really committed to I need to get right and I need to get back.
And then I turned this game to check in on the NBA, with that thriller that we're going to talk about. And apparently I missed a brawl. I missed whatever happened at the end with, you're looking at me clueless too.
At the end of the NBA. Oh, yeah, the Stars game. Yeah, oh, yeah. Well, it's because Corey Perry's a punk. And you're sitting there getting just boat raced for the last 20 minutes of that game. And you do nothing. And you just wait to take a cheap shot at the very end. Because you're a loser. And that's what he's always been. He's like, he's you love him when he's on your team. You love him when he's on your team. But when he's on somebody else's team, you can't stand him.
Yeah, be the pest, just bug people a little bit. But no, I had already flipped over to the NBA at that point, and I was about ready to turn that NBA game off too. And then it was like, oh well, give us a little something here too.
TJ tweeted, y'all asked if a baseball hurts more than a puck. You got to pick up a puck. It's more dense, heavy, 90-mile-per-hour shot. It has to hurt more than a baseball. I do not know.
Yeah, I think I would rather take a baseball to the ribs than a puck.
We'll ask Mr. Frozen Pond over there, Jake Rietma, in studio at 7 o'clock. What was it like in and outside of the arena? Are there win probabilities on this? Are there odds and numbers on what the Stars did with that flurry in the third period that it's not going to be repeated again? I haven't seen win probabilities, but it's not like things were out of control starting the third, right? You're down 2,
right?
But man, how many times you get that 5-goal flurry just like that? You get explosions, and props to Jared Sandler. He's up 1-0 over our guest from Edmonton. As Jared said, I think this is going to be a high-scoring series. Their goalie is shaky. Ottinger is good, probably not great. And here you go with 9 goals deciding the first one.
So to start, at the time of the penalty at the end of the second period, it was 90%. Edmonton had a 90% chance of winning the game, I guess, in regulation, because it's this chance of game going to overtime. So it was about 90% there.
Money Puck directly says it was a 12% chance overall for Dallas to win the game.
12%.
That was the low, was 12%. And then after Miro scored, that jumped up to 75% chance for Edmonton to win. So, but I mean, it turned in a hurry.
Does this go number 2 behind Mikko's hat trick against the Avs?
Yeah, that was more. That's still, I don't know that anything's going to top that, where that felt completely done in Game 7.
We're always going to refer back to Game 1 against the Oilers.
Yeah, so it was 69%, deserved a win-o-meter.
Nice.
Interesting, the Stars are now the first team in playoff history to win 2 games in regulation, entering the third period down 2 in the same playoff run. They've done it. Like that's pretty awesome. Right now, my buddy just texted me. He goes, I saw those first 40 minutes, and this morning he's like, I bet Edmonton plus 1,100 to win the series 4-1. Like, he wasn't buying the third period. In 5 minutes, it went from Edmonton with an 88% chance to win to Dallas with an 82% chance to win.
Woo!
5 minutes?
Mm-hmm. A Game 1, a game that you're never going to forget. Game 2 is tomorrow night, 7 o'clock at the WAC, why the Texas Rangers need Tyrese Halliburton really, really badly. That's next on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the 2-0 delivery. Swung on, hit deep. And this game is over. Jason Dominguez crushes a walk-off home run to straightaway right. No doubter. And the Yankees have won it by the score of 4-3. And that is a truly discouraging loss.
Man, they played that music quick there in New York. This is Sean and RJ. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club on a Dallas Stars Thursday. We want you to win the Ice Cube tickets coming up at 7:20 during the commercial-free Expressway. It was almost a perfect night, unless you're a Knicks fan, as Jacob deGrom went back out. You got your insurance run. You're up 3-1 on the New York Yankees, and then you heard it in Adele's voice. A heartbreaking, crushing loss in the Bronx.
Yeah, that really was. That really was heartbreaking because you had multiple opportunities to win the game in those latter innings. DeGrom went deep into the game, and now you give up a run, and then you give up another run, and then you give up the game-winning run, obviously, and then you just can't hold it. I mean, you can't. You allow a run in each of the last 3 innings. 2 of them on home runs, and one of them was. I mean, look, Judge just how a 2-strike pitch is in that location, I'll never know. It should not have been in that spot where Judge could hit it. I mean, you know what it's like. You just got a call that was 2 or 3 inches below the strike zone on an off-speed pitch. Like, throw it further low, throw it lower, make him chase out of the strike zone. Don't give him one up where he can handle it. And that was just it was a bad last 3 innings.
So here we have all the worry over the Rangers offense. Well, last night, my timeline was flooded with Tolos talking about the bullpen, with Garcia striking again, and then your boy.
Yeah, my boy. This is Jared Sandler's boy. Let's be very clear about that.
Puke Jackson.
Puke Jackson and his 5.52 ERA as a closer almost 2 months into the season. Awful. It's so bad. And that's the thing is that it feels like every single one of these losses that they have, it's always just something falling. Like if the hitting's there, something else is falling apart with them that day. It's either the bullpen or the starting pitching didn't give you what you needed, or all right, the starter throws a gem and the bullpen comes in here and shuts things down. And it's like, all right, well, the offense got 3 hits and they were 3 bloop singles basically. It's getting incredibly frustrating watching them play baseball.
And then you face a guy who feels like he just goes out and throws 3 or 4 innings with 82-mile-per-hour stuff in Yarbrough. He has 8 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Ryan Yarbrough should not be going 5 innings, striking out 8 guys.
Imagine Bassick striking you out 8 times in 5 innings.
I mean, that just shouldn't happen. He is not in a starting rotation. Let me rephrase that. He's not your plan.
Yeah.
To be in a starting rotation. He's in your starting rotation.
From Austin.
Yeah, he's in your starting rotation because you had injuries. That's the only reason why he is in this particular starting rotation. They had injuries. They needed a spot start. It was TBA. This spot was TBA until like Monday. So it's not as if we're sitting here like, okay, you know what? It was Max Fried. It was Carlos, whatever.
He's not a bum, though. His numbers were a little bit better than what I thought they were going to be.
Not a bum, but not a guy. Like he might be more of like a long reliever.
He's one of those that you probably don't want to face, though, randomly. Like, you're like,
yeah,
what is this stuff?
I can see that.
Unless you've got deGrom, and then you think, all right, we should be able to beat this guy. He struck out 7 batters in the last month before that last night.
Oh. All right.
7 batters in a month.
That's not good. That's not good. Yeah, but again, this was the offense takes a little bit of heat. I mean, 3 runs is not enough. But with Jake deGrom, it's oftentimes that 3 runs is enough. And the bullpen just didn't hold it. And you give up, a couple of home runs, and that last one was not a cheapo.
No,
that was not a cheapo.
Like I said, they played the music quick.
Yeah.
They were able to go ahead and hit New York in a hurry. A couple of other things in this game, it just was like, okay, it was Josh Young. Now in the past couple of games, it's been Jonah Heim carrying you offensively. And Jonah has to leave with this bizarre hand injury. It looks like, now it was cold last night, but I thought his hands would return to normalcy after it felt like they got stung after a hit that he had. Well, he can't go back out and throw return to the pitcher.
Yeah,
what the hell?
I don't know.
Scott Hatteberg.
Did he? You wonder, had he gotten hit in the hand recently? That we don't. Maybe even catching. Did a foul ball catch him in the hand, and then that just exacerbated the problem.
He's up there hitting. It seems like it came from that at bat. Weird.
Yeah, because that's the I'm trying to think of it. And what was it? Evan Grant says it's a compressed nerve in his right hand, per the Rangers that he's dealing with now. So I mean, is a compressed nerve even going to be like a trauma thing, or is that more just a wear and tear that builds up over time?
Haggerty at second base. Was he safe? Was he out? That ended up being a big play.
I think the way that it looked like he was, they got him in the junk with his foot maybe a quarter inch off the bag. It looked like they got it right, but I don't
have a major problem with it. From the side, from one angle, I said he's safe. From the other angle, I said he's out.
Yeah, it was. The thing is, the call on the field was safe, and they overturned it, so they got conclusive evidence according to them. So, yeah, I think the side angle where it's like, I guess the angle from third base, it looked like he caught him in the junk before he got the foot there.
He should have had the game-winning hit last night. That home run should have been enough for you.
Yep.
So the Rangers will try to get one at 11 o'clock today. The KNC Masterpiece will lead you into the pregame at 11:35 first pitch with Nate Eovaldi out on the mound against Rodon, and he's got a 3.17 ERA. I'm talking about Carlos.
So they should come in, 9 o'clock, take over for us? So they just they get, they have to do like a 2-hour show?
They may not show up for crosstalk. They may waltz in here at 10 and just go like, we just got an hour.
And Kevin will spend the first 20 minutes cricket our show.
Yeah.
So you only got two more segments after that.
I can see that.
They'll spend an hour talking wings and, cricket and whatever else.
All right, so you had the Dallas Stars with the unbelievable third period, and then if you were like me and you're like, this thing is over, and you missed the brawl at the end, Esa Lindell's goal, you still got your money's worth by hitting the channel change.
Halliburton driving. He's in the lane. He nearly lost it. He backs up and unloads a three. Oh! That did not happen! It hit the back of the rim. It popped high into the air, and it dropped gently through the net.
That's good.
That was the call on Pacers radio. An all-timer again between the Pacers and the Knicks in the Garden. Two insane pieces of luck as Tyrese Halliburton gets the bounce from the gods to drop through, but the New York Knicks get lucky that Halliburton, after dropping the Reggie choke sign, which I absolutely loved, his foot was on the line. And that was setting up to be an all-time sports mistake if Indiana loses that game in overtime, but they don't. They prevail, and they shock the Knickerbockers.
You say it's two pieces of luck. I don't know that I've seen four more consistently improbable threes go in than the ones that Neesmith was putting up in the final 2 minutes.
He hit 8 of them?
Yeah, he hit 8 for the game, but that looked like that was T-Mac at the end of the game against the Spurs, where it's like he's fallen away, he's got a hand in his face, he's just kind of throwing it up, hoping for something, and they all go down. When you see those shots go down, it's like God wanted y'all to lose. Like Knicks, there was literally nothing you could have done. You were going to lose that game.
You talk about probability. They were down 14 with 2:51 left and outscored the Knicks at the end of regulation 20-6.
Okay, so to score 20 points in 2:51 is absurd for starters. But also, there are NCAA tournament games that don't score 20 points in 20 minutes of a half.
When New York was up 14, the win probability was 99.8.
And did you know, in that same time, up by 14 with 2:45 to go, entering last night, teams were 994-0.
Wow.
Since 1997.
Wow. I loved it. I was happy. I didn't know who I was rooting for actually in the series, but I got something for Halliburton, man. I when he gets the ball, he did it in the previous series, and it was just like, give it to him and let him go. He tried to get the 2. Ball gets knocked away. He has to bring it back out, jack it up, and he seemed to know he was getting the bounce. Like, after his reaction, the Nick Young angle from behind, he didn't hold his hands up or anything. Corey Perry it there at the end. The ball drops through, and then I'm so happy, and I'm waiting for Deadspin and cancel culture to come after him because the choke sign was erased out of sports years and years and years ago. I'm glad. I felt like TV cameras didn't even want to show it for a good period of time, and I'm so happy that everyone took it right back to Reggie, who was calling the game for TNT.
I have zero problem with the choke sign. The throat slit, if you want to go down that one, you can have a problem with the throat slit. The choke sign, I mean, that's just we talk about people choking all the time in sports. I was wondering why did he pull it back? I mean, he had an opportunity to take the 2 for the tie.
I think the ball got knocked
but he
away.
lost the ball. Yeah, he lost the ball. So you see the replays.
That was amazing. I was so hyped watching that.
He's the most clutch player in the NBA.
I thought
right now,
Brunson was Mr. Clutch.
Brunson is not, and now this is after those shots last night because we had the stat
Don't
a
go
couple
too
weeks
far.
ago.
Don't go too far here with this statement because Brunson did ball out in overtime as well. He scored 43, but he had some killer turnovers in the fourth.
Tyrese Halliburton on shots to tie or take the lead in the final 2 minutes of games this year is 12 for 14.
Wow.
Good.
I mean, that's there's like Brunson's great. You're not top of that. That like Halliburton has been money late in games. When it's late and close, Halliburton's making the shot.
I was so disappointed when he had that Durant toe on the line because that would have been
epic.
It was. You could say it was an all-time ending, but that would have been an all-time game.
Yeah, I mean, it would have had a photo for lifetime. Now we still might because they won the game. You could still get that photo. But yeah, that would have been an all-time moment to get that game winner. But I love it. I hate the Knicks. Pacers had plus 4.5. So I was a little scared. I was a little scared about 3 minutes to go.
Yeah.
They asked Rick Carlisle after, like, do you wish Tyrese Halliburton hadn't done the choking gesture? And he told the media, he said, Tyrese has earned the right to do whatever he wants.
I love Rick Carlisle on the national stage, baby. Get him, prickly old Rick. Meanwhile, you get stunning news out of the National Football League as Jim Irsay, the Colts owner, passes away at the age of 65.
Yeah, and this is, look, I'll be honest here.
Maybe it's not stunning.
That's the thing. He's like, I mean, everybody's talking about he's young. Yeah, I know but like he's dealt with a lot that.
Yeah,
he's lived 4 lives.
I mean, that's the thing is that he's obviously had public issues with substance abuse and different things like that. To where, to me, it's like, yeah, I mean, it's surprising we hadn't heard news that he was sick or anything, but that always felt like Irsay was just a wild card that like bad news could be around the corner if he wasn't on the straight and narrow. And this, this doesn't sound like he was dabbling in anything he shouldn't, but as my dad used to say, he's like, your body keeps a record. Like you can't cheat your body with the things that you do. And so your body's going to keep a record of it.
Was he in a lift chair like that? I think that's the final time I saw him in public. I don't know whether it was a wheelchair or like something that was lifting him, but he died supposedly peacefully in his sleep.
And I mean, he's one of these guys who, yeah, he was always kind of like a little kooky. People thought he was a little bit of a loose cannon, but almost everybody who dealt with him consistently loved him. Like they all thought he was great.
Yeah, and the league was like, a lot of these sports leagues, they were made off these kind of like wild hat guys, these wild guys, the characters. They had character to them. Like Jerry's got character. Irsay did. Al Davis had character. The league was built off that in part. And you start losing them. This is just too young. I mean, 65 is too young. It's 20 years for me.
Peyton Russell is in Vegas and Utah, but he loves taking over other people's segments. It's Thursday at 6:40. We're still having the payload as Bully Melrose ended up being the key to the Stars' Game 1 thriller. Find out how next on Sean and RJ 105.
In order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right.
There it is.
It's the payload. Sorry, we didn't stumble into that read. We should have done that. That would have really been Peyton. We're filling for Peyton.
Coming from you this week, Twin Peaks. We have an Ice Cube ticket giveaway coming up at 7:20 this morning here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Peyton Russell is out on the bachelor trip to Vegas and Utah, but the segment must go on. And we go back to the Dallas Stars. Game 1 thriller last night, and apparently the guy we need to give credit to is not Barry Melrose. Did you see the video of this?
Yes.
I did not see a Barry Melrose video, no.
It was Bully Melrose, wearing the hair, having the cigar, and the jacket in the halls yesterday of 105.3 The Fan to get the Stars hype.
Jeff Dolos, Bully Melrose here, boys. Game 1, Stars and Oilers. I couldn't be more excited. This is an old school playoff hockey matchup, boys. This is where goaltending and your best players, they got to be at their best. All right, call me Captain Obvious. Oh, I forgot. That's Bri over there down the hallway. But the Stars, they're due. It's time to put their boot up the Oilers' ass. All right, McJesus, McDavid, yeah, he's great. All right, but he hasn't seen a moose yet, boys. This moose, Mikko Rantanen, he's going to be the difference maker in this series. And then you got Otter. Goaltending wins when it comes to postseason hockey. Otter's going to be standing on his head, boys. I can't wait for this, all right? I'm sick and tired of hearing about how good McDavid is. Screw him. Screw the Oilers. Tonight, it's the Stars' time. You were born to be hockey players, every single one of you. Now go out there and take it. Stars in 7. Shove that Maple Leaf candy ass Edmonton Senator. Canada, you ain't winning another Stanley Cup. I know the Oilers are your last team standing. They got there close last year. It ain't happening this year. Bring on Lord Stanley's Cup. Stars getting them back in the Western Conference Finals. Then we'll see. Probably going to be a kitty in the Stanley Cup Final. We'll worry about that bridge when we get there. Go Stars. Tonight's the night. And Matt Duchene, we need you, boyo. We need you. We need the depth. We need you tonight. He gets a goal. Stars go up 1-0. They win the series in 7. You heard it here. Bully Melrose, let's go drink.
That's good.
He is.
That's a solid accent too.
Yeah, it's really strong Canadian accent. Like he hit all the little accent notes. The longer it went on, the more it just started sounding like Wolchuk. Like I think it started slipping. But it's a good bit. That's the bit that he kept doing while he was on vacation. He'd record little voice memos and send them to the show.
Turn on the Fan Instagram. You need to look at it on your computer. You'll die. It is incredible. I'll have to pop it up on the fan cam later on. So that's Bully Melrose. I was like, where is Barry? Did Barry just go into retire? He's alive, right?
I think so. Let's look it up.
All right. I was wondering.
I mean, that
yes,
hair.
he's alive. He's 68 years old.
That hair.
And he is alive.
It's almost like 80s glam rock hair mixed with hockey hair.
Dude, how much gel does he put in it that it always looks like he just got out of the shower? Like his hair always looks like
got a wet
it's
look.
not dry.
Yeah, hockey players have that amazing, my hair's always wet look. Kind of jealous. This is fantastic.
So that's Bully Melrose. We'll have to get the Game 2 preview. What?
Okay, so I guess Barry Melrose retired, but I didn't. Have you ever seen Barry Melrose without facial hair?
No.
God, it's disturbing. That doesn't even look like the same person. That's creepy.
I'm used to him being clean shaven.
No, he's got the goatee always. I'm telling you, it's the goatee. That's the common look.
All right, from ESPN over to the other network as Joy Taylor, who was involved in the sex scandal allegations, brother is Jason Taylor. She's not running from the stigma.
No, we've talked about Nico Harrison and how this is going to make sense. It's going to tie together.
Yeah.
We've talked about Nico Harrison and how, I would just have a little more respect for you if you would just say, I hated Luka. This wasn't about basketball. I just hated Luka, and that's why I traded him. It's like, no, that's stupid and reckless, but I respect that. If that's what it is, that's what it is. And
you got to lean into it.
At least you're shooting me straight. Joy Taylor's finally shooting us straight. She's just going to lean into...
Reetma said Barry Melrose has Parkinson's, by the way. Thank you for that note.
Okay, well, that's a bummer, and that's depressing. But Joy Taylor, she is now leaning into the, if I got a little bit of a promiscuous reputation... All right, cool. So recently she had said that she needs to have relations every day in order to just function, essentially, every single day, Chop. And now she's saying, I've got a fix for all of society's ills. Let's legalize that prostitution, boys.
Non-getting male lonelies are deteriorating society. Yes, I think it is a massive problem.
What do you think the fix
One,
is?
I think we should legalize prostitution.
Okay.
I have been standing on this for decades, and I think that prostitution should be legalized.
Okay.
They will never do this, but that I think would be a massive solve.
Non-pee getting? Is that what she said?
And I've been standing.
Just call them incels.
As a 38-year-old, I've been standing on this for decades.
Yeah.
Publicly, everyone knows I've been the prostitution gal that says we need to. This would fix. It reminds me. See, neither of you watch The Wire, but this reminds me of. She's arguing for Amsterdam. She's like, we just need a little. We just need to legalize this. That'll take care of some of these people on the periphery, on the edges, and then everything else will be fine. But yeah, non-pee getting dudes.
Yeah, I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole with this, and apparently in one of her other podcasts, she's like, I have to have it every day. I have to in order to function.
Man, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Every day, it's...
And your question for RJ yesterday was hilarious.
So when you... Does this make you more upset that she didn't go for your pickup line at Super Bowl? When you're like, it sounds like just about anybody could.
Well, it was a great line.
Oh, thank you. No, not really.
Repeat the line.
It was we were in a group. You and I were in a group, and then
I was too busy with Hannah Storm. Yep. She just didn't notice.
She was in a group next to us, but we were kind of like,
a lot of
we
groups.
kind of like made like a right angle with our shoulders. Like I was this, and
busy not getting spit on by Colin Cowherd.
Yeah.
I was ducking
so
and
both
dodging.
groups disperse, and it's just Joy and I kind of turn, but it wasn't full turn. She wasn't facing me, and I said, "This is what it feels like being the two best looking people in this room." And either she didn't hear me, or she was so repulsed,
or she had someone else picked out for the night,
or she had someone else picked out for the night already, and it wasn't 2 a.m.
Yeah,
because 2 a.m. Miss America ain't walking through that door. You just pick up who you can.
Well, at that place,
it
there's
actually
a lot of
might
Miss
have.
America.
I think she just knew you weren't an executive.
For sure.
Sure. She's like, you advancing my career? No, we're not doing this.
If you had Bobby's wallet, she would have been like, "Oh, there's a lot of
the size of that wallet."
But now you got your little
all those receipts. Now I got my slim, a very tiny wallet.
That's right.
Yeah, it doesn't make me feel any kind of way.
So there's Joy Taylor wanting to legalize prostitution. The internet kept coming for Ryan Clark yesterday.
Yeah, it did. So people were talking. So Ryan Clark obviously said to RG3, how can you have perspective? You basically saying you married a white woman. You've not had a conversation about what young black women are going through in your household.
Like Angel Reese.
And the internet's like coming for Ryan. They're saying, well, you have you had a daughter with a white woman. So if you had married her, are you saying that you yourself would not have been able to have those conversations?
That's why he didn't marry her.
Maybe that's why he didn't marry her. Now,
so that's what it is. He had a daughter with a white woman.
Yeah, years ago.
Yeah,
years ago he did during his playing days. So that's where the internet kind of came for Ryan Clark yesterday, and just this is
fair point.
It's a fair point, but it's also none of this is really fair. It wasn't fair what Ryan Clark did to RG3 and said to him. That wasn't fair. That's not a fair point to make. But I could see that Ryan would be like, all right, there's a perspective that you have based on who you might be with. Okay, fine. But you got to be prepared for the backlash. There was the backlash.
I just need an Instagram video from Emmanuel Acho in the front seat of his car before I know what to think about this.
Man, and that was another one.
What?
The Manny Acho
he
video.
recorded a video. He had to weigh in on it. He's like, just doing his Manny Acho bit of all right, I'm putting my car. Boy, he is.
He's like, if you don't look like me, keep scrolling past.
He's the national Dale Hansen.
Yeah, or like
does he have a signature on the bottom of his X videos?
I don't see that. No,
he's the bleeding heart Oakleys. That's what he is,
dude. It's nauseating.
Yeah,
and why the people that I don't follow keep popping up on my feeds? That's the latest.
Algorithm.
That's the latest. What are you sick of? I'm like, I don't follow that person. I can't stand Manny Acho's lectures. I don't follow that person. Why is it popping up? I don't like that person. Why are they sitting there on my timeline?
Do you have on Twitter, do you use the algorithm feed or the latest feed?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
So a lot of times what'll happen is if you're on the wrong tab, it's giving you basically like an Instagram suggested feed where they'll put stuff in there that you're not even following.
So is that why I have all those breastfeeding videos on TikTok?
Yeah, I think you trained your algorithm and they're giving it to you now.
Dang it. RG3, though, his wife's cashing in on this. He posted, the booty bands have sold out. I guess her business, Glow Fitness, makes booty bands. And they have sold out now and this was posted yesterday. So this is like in the aftermath of this. Everybody, people go look up, who's RG3's wife? Because she was in the background of some of these videos. And Ryan Clark called her out. So he's like, let's go check out RG3's wife. And then, you kind of find your way to her website. And then all of a sudden, she's selling out of 3 packs of booty bands.
My favorite part of this whole thing was the behind-the-scenes ESPN drama when Ryan Clark said, bruh. He hit him with the bruh. My son is doing that now. And I'm like, stop it immediately.
Is he saying bruh?
He goes, bruh. Yeah,
Where'd he pick that up, bro?
School. Bruh, you know what it is with me and you. I saved you the entire season on Monday Night Football. I urge people to let you be you, no matter how corny. Man, that word follows RG3 around. Ask Rob Parker, who got fired over it. How bad a teammate you were. I had your back. What did you do? Invite someone on your show you know I don't fool with to ask questions about me, and then hit me weeks later to tell me you're going to challenge one of my takes. You're a phony. One of the worst teammates I ever had, both on the field and in TV. You got to do what you got to do. I didn't attack your wife. I spoke on what you do on social media and TV. So there's the Ryan Clark RG3 battle continuing.
Yeah, they clearly just they've got long-standing tension, it feels like. So they were in Washington together in 2014, and I was trying to look up old quotes from Ryan Clark. He had some now maybe tinted by what we know now, but there were some quotes from about RG3 that definitely seemed like, okay, that looks like a little bit of a side swipe. Like you're saying, look, he's got to step up his leadership, or he's got to do this, that. So I think this is like a decade or more in the making for them.
Man, sometimes beef stays, but you can't get personal with it, no matter who it is. The personal, that's where it gets ugly.
We got an Ice Cube ticket giveaway here with the Thursday edition. By the way, we're going to be in Mansfield tomorrow.
Yeah, baby.
The Firehouse Tour continues.
3100 East Broad Street, right across the street from Peyton Russell's alma mater, his old high school, Mansfield High School. So we'll be out there. We've actually been to this location before. This is the one that I showed up late for, and Mike McCarthy had to chastise me about my alarms.
How are we going to contain Jake Riepma in studio after the Game 1 comeback last night? Riepma was at the AAC Let's Stars party next on The Fan.
Getting you updated.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fan.
Ranson and shot comes to Duchesne and a wide open goal, and they score!
Sean McDonough, who joined us yesterday with the call, take over Jake Riepma.
Dallas Stars! Come on, Dallas Stars! That's why you play for 60 minutes! It's a 60-minute hockey game! It's not a 40-minute hockey game! Dallas Stars! Play for 60 minutes, RJ! 60 minutes, RJ! Come on! You gotta play for 60 minutes!
Aiden.
Was that to the tune of Row, Row, Row Your Boat? That's what that sounded like you were doing.
Play for 60 minutes!
Aiden, you not getting that on the fan cam could be a fireable offense right there. That was bad to have missed that. Jake Riepma with the Stars rally towel in studio after last night here on 105.3 The Fan with the 6-3 comeback win. Is that rank over the Miko game?
You know what's crazy is each and every game at the American Airlines Center, and it helps when they just don't lose at the AAC, feels like it gets better and better. And I know that's recency bias, and I know that's living in the moment, but that's what this is all about. I love being a prisoner of the moment. I mean, I don't even care. I mean,
was it totally just dead in there for the first 40 minutes?
Great point, because I put this on Twitter that the crowd got back into it after the Miro game, and someone went at me, they should be in it the whole time. And I get that. It's playoff hockey, and it's not that they weren't in it. There just wasn't anything to cheer about because they were getting outplayed drastically.
Were you thinking during the first two periods that your prediction for the series was wrong, that they're actually in trouble for the series?
I was hearing from it from the boys back home, from the Pond Hockey group message. They're like, great prediction, man.
Wait, hang on. We gotta rank the manliness of the group messages here. Oh. We have Los Hombres with Pepe.
Yeah.
Yours? Huh?
PABs.
The PABs, the hoodies.
You're appreciated. That's ours. And you have
is expensive.
The Pond Hockey group.
I have a couple of group chats that I take a lot of heat from now the fiance. I know she's tuning in, and I love the group chat with the boys. I mean, nothing gets me more fired up. I got the high school group chat. That's the Pond Hockey one.
What's it called?
The high school one?
No, the Pond Hockey group.
It's called Dow Kids, so all right,
we don't need the whole story.
Yeah, right.
I thought it was something funny.
No.
Well, you could have left it as Pond Hockey Kids. That was the joke. We were laughing at that.
Right. And then the college one too. That I was hearing. That one's called Texas Hockey. I renamed it just for the playoffs.
So when did you start thinking things were turning around last night?
Well, the obvious is the Miro goal. And I think that elevated at the end of the second period because, make no mistake about it, that's where the pressure caused the penalty. And I know we had talked about sometimes when you get a penalty that is divided by period, sometimes it can be tough to get back into the power play mode right away in the third period. So credit to the Stars for doing that. But that elevated the pressure. And I saw a lot of Oiler fans complaining about 3 consecutive penalties called. But when you're applying that pressure and when you're forcing the issue like the Stars were, it's kind of inevitable. And it's not like they were cheap calls. I mean, the high sticking to Mikko, one camera angle didn't look as egregious, but you look at the other, he gets hit in the face with a high stick. That's the definition of the penalty. It's not a cheap call.
Jake Riedma in studio from the AAC last night here on The Fan.
Was Otter a problem yesterday, or was the defense putting him in a bad position?
Great question. It was a relentless forecheck from the Edmonton Oilers. It was all 5 guys just applying pressure, and that's where it's so bizarre, the drastic difference from period number 2 to period number 3. Just looked like a different hockey team.
Yeah.
Now, I will say the Bouchard goal, I thought Otter could have stopped that one. The other 2, no chance. I mean, the first one, that Draisaitl goal.
That was such a good goal.
The release and the speed and the placement, that combination, nobody's stopping that. Nobody in the world stopping that goal. It was incredible. And we knew they had that kind of firepower. We knew it, and a lot of people had talked about it's going to be a high-scoring series. And in game number 1, obviously 9 goals. That's a ton. But the Oilers are too good to hold down for 60 minutes. You're going to have plays like that.
And Draisaitl afterwards called the loss immature.
Yeah, I thought it was. I always love hearing losing post-game sound, I think, or the post-game audio from the team that loses, I think will always reveal something. And he didn't say, we got outplayed, we're this, that, and the other. And he said it was immature. We got to learn to grow up. And it was almost like you have a team down and you got to go for the jugular, and they didn't do that. And the lack of effort or whatever it may be in the third period from the Oilers, you got the leader, one of the leaders of the team, calling it immature. It'll be so interesting to see how they respond. And the frustration boiled over at the end with the little scrum. I heard you say that you had already turned the channel.
Yeah, what happened?
But you got Corey Perry making fun of and taunting Liam Bichel and saying, oh, he's covering his head like a turtle because Corey Perry was going after him as the buzzer sounds. Why don't you go after him in the middle of the third period and actually bring a little effort?
What? And who goes after somebody who's 6'7"?
Yeah. Also very bizarre.
6'7".
Yeah,
but I will say, I thought Bichel played really, really well, but he took that penalty. Make no mistake about it. When he took that penalty midway through the third period, you could feel the nervous energy because it's 4-3 at that point. Edmonton going back on the power play. Really impressive kill.
So how do we make sense of the first 40 minutes? Like, because I don't know. The elation, it's like that. I felt so weird after that game was over. It's like, first of all, how did this happen?
Who wakes up this morning feeling more confident? Is it the Oilers or is it the Stars for the way they broke out? The Stars saying this is what we are, or the Oilers like, come on, that was fluky.
Right. There's an element of, I think it depends. You can almost use
hard to say 5 goals is fluky, but
no. But to your point, just the overwhelming difference from 40 minutes to the final 20 minutes. In that, it's almost like a comparison to make the Celtics-Knicks series, where the first couple of games, you got the Celtics are just the overwhelming better team.
Yeah.
But the Knicks used that momentum. And even though they stole a victory late, then they propelled that into a series win. So obviously from the Stars fans, that's what I'm thinking. I also think they had a couple of espresso shots between period number 2 and period number 3. That's what Pete DeBoer said. I don't know what I said to him. Well, they had some espresso shots.
Don't you got to feel like, though, if Edmonton can play as well as they want, the fact is they lost the exact way everybody was concerned they would lose. And the exact way that Connor McDavid was like, this is a problem. We're not killing penalties. And if they lose in that exact way, I got to think that there's more doubt creeping into their heads where they're like, it doesn't matter how good we play, this exact thing we thought was going to beat us did, even though we played great hockey for 40 minutes.
I would agree with that, and also add to it the element of awaking almost a sleeping giant in the Stars' power play, because that was the Stars' Achilles heel in this series last year. And I don't want to do a lot of comparison to last year because it's such drastically different teams. However, I think when you have the secondary goaltender in Skinner in the sense that Ottinger gives you much bigger advantage in the goaltending side of things, combined with the Stars' power play really waking up. And again, I keep saying this, but the drastic difference between that first power play, they're going to get the puck in the zone on their first power play.
Edmonton's zone entry defense was incredible on that first power play, and then to come back and have 3 power play goals, boom, 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 really impressive.
Jake Rietma in studio from the WAC here on 105.3 The Fan. What was it like outside? Are people just going nuts while leaving the arena?
A little bit. I had the camera out and was looking for some good audio and everything, and it was like almost a sense of relief, I think. And I don't want to speak for everyone. A couple people I talked to, they said, man, I was so nervous after that second period, and rightfully so. But I think, too, there's an element of an educational fan. You understand, hey, this is game number 1. We're on home ice. We needed to win this game. We needed a little wake-up. So it wasn't any F Edmonton, that kind of thing. It's just, all right, next step mentality.
Is the second most encouraging thing the guys who scored for Dallas versus just being Mikko?
Yes. I mean, Duchesne's goal, and which, by the way, was kind of a hilarious goal because he absolutely pelted Roope Hintz the first shot before right off the rear end, and then it bounces right back to him, and he just buries it after that. But it's almost like a good shooter seeing one go in, and just the confidence level. You take the bucket off of the basket, now all of a sudden that goal looks way bigger, and you have that confidence. And DeBoer's talked about this, that the chances were there. It's not like this team was, those guys were struggling to generate any offensive chances. It's just now they're knocking on the door, and they finally broke through.
How scary is Florida on the other side?
Oh, my goodness.
Are they the favorite?
I think, yeah, I haven't checked the odds. I got to get back on Money Puck. It saved my favorites. But
Money Puck has Florida as the favorite right now.
Really?
The firepower that they have, and there's I think an experience element to it when they make the run last year, and that same core is back, just kind of with that mentality of, hey, let's go do it again. So, but hey, one game at a time.
See, this makes no sense because for the entire postseason, the Stars have been the favorite. And then all of a sudden, it gets to the Edmonton Stars series, and it switches. And then Florida jumps in there, too. It's just
haters.
What?
Haters.
That's all it is.
You ain't got no haters, you ain't.
Is McDavid going to point fingers, being the punk that he is?
What's the point fingers thing?
He did this last year. Remember? There was that video. It was between periods. Let's go. Let's tighten up. We're in the finals, guys.
It's not good enough. It's not good enough.
Yeah. Are you perfect? So then shut up. That's what I say.
He's the next Gretzky.
He makes but did he play a perfect game? Did he not make a single mistake? Then shut your mouth.
What I saw on the ice from him last night, though, is it's just witnessing it in person.
Yeah.
Like, this is a grown man, and the speed and
the passing.
It looks different. It looks different. It looks like there's pond hockey crew. We were talking about here is there was travel.
Your boy Jesse does the same thing.
How old is the pond hockey crew?
No.
Probably all Reetma's age. How old are you?
I don't know. The AAC pond hockey crew isn't.
32 years old, but it looked like the guy that was stuck in the house league that should have been playing in the travel league. So, but he made that first goal with Draisaitl, the way he stops on a dime, a little spinorama. And then he makes the pass.
Jake just pulled off the spinorama with the microphone cord on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
I might need some new headphones after that one.
Jake Rietma in studio, and I assume you're going to be there tomorrow night.
Oh, absolutely. Is the Pope Catholic? Does a bear ass in the woods? Come on. 7-0. By the way, 7-0 at the AAC.
You are.
No, I'm not. The Stars have won their last 7. I think I'm 5. I had a wedding in there, a funeral in there. A couple of reasonable explanations to miss a couple of games there. But franchise record, 7 consecutive home playoff wins. Hadn't done that since they became the Dallas Stars.
It really is a great home ice advantage.
Absolutely.
Look, there's the Canadian stadiums are they're just different. They're just built. They're just very, very different. But from an American arena, I can't imagine. I haven't been to many, but I can't imagine there's a better home atmosphere than this one right now.
Right now, and absolutely not. And they do. We've talked about the production elements, but I think that just adds one more thing: the laser show beforehand, the goal sounding horn, Dallas Stars.
So when you're hosting with CA, how long can you maintain this energy? If you were hosting this morning, when do you think you'd crash out?
That's a great question.
Because your mouth is so dry right now. I see the saliva. You need to take a sip or whatever.
Are you going to do this for 4 hours next Monday?
That's a great question. We got to talk about that.
Monday.
Yeah, Monday. He's hosting.
On what show?
This one.
Ours.
I thought you went straight to the boss and said, I need Rima. I need Rima. That's my guy. No,
oh, my.
CA did ask me about that, and I said it's a mentality thing. You got to, if you got a 4-hour show, that's a marathon. I'm going to run a hell of a marathon. If it's a sprint, I'm going to run the best 40-yard dash. So I kind of look at this as a 40-yard dash.
Okay.
And, I never ran sub 540, but remember that was the first time I was ever on your show. You're like, you ran a 4.25? And I was like, well, we played a 4.25 defense. But I will. You remember that?
No, I don't. I don't remember that at all.
I do.
RJ doesn't remember his prep emails from
I have
the day
no
before.
idea.
Yeah.
The day's over. I forget about the
This
day.
Rima guy played football. Yeah, I said, we played a strong safety. We played a 4.25. Yeah, 4.25.
What's that group called?
That is the Suncrist group. That's where we lived. I mean,
Yeah. Jake Rima in studio, fired up for the entire Metroplex. Give it to us.
Dallas Stars.
The most electrifying man in sports talk radio.
There it is. If you see him at the AAC, give him the fist pump or the headbutt probably is what he prefers. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Boy, that's yin and yang energy, too. Rima and Chris Arnold. Hey, guys, how you doing? And then Rima coming, Dallas Stars.
Well, I feel like Chris would be kind of hype.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's a hype man.
He
At the
can
arena. He's
ratchet
literally
it
the hype
up,
man at the arena.
Yeah. But Chris also is very smooth jazz, I feel.
Dude, imagine Rima if they let him be CA for a Stars game.
This is how we do
on the mic. Let him be the in-game guy one time in the arena.
Send that Pluckers video for his resume.
They would blow every speaker in that building.
How did the Dallas Cowboys end up on Hard Knocks? And are you excited about it? We take you inside the Star and Bobby's best friend with some concerns about that Cowboys Achilles heel. Inside the Star on the home of the boys with an Ice Cube ticket giveaway next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford and
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
The most local segment in radio, the Neighborhood Watch, is coming up at 7:40 here during the commercial-free Expressway. First, shout out to Emilio, one of our top Tolos. Said, in town for my son's wedding. Could you give my son, Emilio III, and his fiance a shout-out for the wedding on Saturday? You're appreciated.
You're appreciated.
Congratulations to Emily and the entire family. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. All right, we go inside the Star as Hard Knocks was announced by the league. Oh, I guess we'll get to the tush push in a second. But Roger Goodell, amongst the announcements yesterday, the Buffalo Bills will be the main Hard Knocks focus, and then the in-season one that I know none of us have really ever watched will focus on the entire NFC East.
Yeah, and I was trying to figure this out yesterday because, like you said, the in-season one, I honestly forget it's on.
Yeah.
Like they
What channel is it?
Isn't it still, it's HBO, isn't it? Like Max?
Did they rechange it? Did they rename it?
The in-season Hard Knocks, they did not rename.
No, they renamed HBO.
Oh, the network. Oh, yes, they did. So it used to be Max. Well, I'm sorry. It used to be HBO. Then it became HBO Max. Then it became Max. And now it's back to HBO Max because, I don't know, HBO is the main, like, that's what you think of when you think of movie channels?
Yeah, when I think Max, I think Skinamax.
I think Cinemax as well.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody. I felt uncomfortable watching that.
It'd be like if NBC just was like, "No, we're going to be Peacock from now on.
From now on,
it's not just going to be a side thing."
Right.
Like, well, to really tie that in, you would just have to drop P from the name because that's what HBO Max did. They just dropped the first half of their name.
Oh my god.
Back to the topic.
Yeah. So in-season Hard Knocks, which I've never watched. I don't know how they split these up. Like, I don't know if it's, do they devote an episode to a team? Do they, basically, does every team get 10 minutes? How in-depth do they go? I don't know how much of it is just.
I'm ticked if I'm the Giants.
Yeah. You were just on it.
And embarrassed.
Yeah.
Teams did not want to go on. They're like, okay, let Belichick have it on the college level because of the embarrassment of the New York Giants front office with the Saquon saga.
Yeah, everybody thought his Joe Shane's kid should be the GM because he seemed to know more than even Joe did.
But look, this will give us some in-season content. We're going to have to watch now and take audio from it.
Yeah, which is, I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Nick Sirianni interacts with people behind the scenes with cameras rolling. But again, because these episodes are they're normally 45 minutes, right? Or are they a full hour? I can't remember.
I don't know. I don't watch it.
But I mean, in general, Hard Knocks, though.
The show, the Hard Knocks in general, to me, just lost its appeal.
It's still, there's still great theater in it.
It's cool when I turn it on still.
Yeah, there's usually something in the episode that I'm like, I'm glad I watched this. So I don't know. We'll pay more attention to the in-season one, obviously now, but I'm curious just how much focus the Cowboys are even going to get in this.
And Jerry likes it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember Jerry commenting at one of the media parties, and he was kind of talking about Amari Cooper. And he's like, we want to be on the stage, and we want players who are excited about being on the stage. This is a spotlight for you. I want people in the stands, so you have to perform like a star for the star. That's Jerry Jones' mentality towards these types of things. So a lot of owners and coaches, right, they don't want any part of it. They don't want any piece of it. They don't want the invasion. They don't want the cameras. Jerry Jones loves it because it adds to the stage.
He is the P.T. Barnum. He's the salesman. He doesn't believe in bad publicity. He's like, the circus is in town. I'm the circus. I'm bringing it, and that's the good and the bad. And circus is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I'm bringing the show. He brings the show to TV. He brings it on the field. And then, from a Hard Knocks perspective, it's like, yeah, we'll embrace it. Look how many times the Cowboys have been on it.
Boy, Schottenheimer's already won the media sessions. If you start getting some of the behind the scenes, natural interactions he has with people, he's going to, as long as they're winning football games, he's going to continue to ascend.
And the media was just melting over him again earlier this week when the Cowboys had their OTAs. And here's a little clip of Shoddy talking about why that offseason participation is so important.
First couple of days, what we were doing some, team building things, some culture. We've spoken very openly about trying to create one of the greatest cultures in professional sports. Micah is going to be a leader for us. Micah wants to be a leader for us. He's going to do that. And so I felt like it was really important for him to be here to begin that process. And again, it's a voluntary camp, but the fact that he did that means a lot to me. We've been really spending a lot of time this offseason trying to support one another, not just me and Micah, but going to different events and functions and foundation dinners. Osa's had his, Buddy Johnson, had a football camp. Tyler Smith has a football camp. I think if you look at the turnout that we're getting, it's been really high. And that's because we talk about it and we want to support one another. We're a family. And so when people have something like a foundation dinner event, they have a football camp, if it's important to them, then the objective and the goal should be to have as many of your family members there as possible. And of course, I'm speaking about our teammates.
That is an answer to a simple, basic, generic question that has that level of depth and detail. So that's why the media is in love.
And that is, I don't want people to think that that's common. Again, it may not translate to victories, and if it doesn't, they're going to get destroyed. But as of right now, that is rare. And I don't just mean from the McCarthy, but just in general, head coaches don't generally know what borderline practice squad linebacker Buddy Johnson has going on with his charity events during the offseason and making sure, guys, let's make sure we're out there showing support. As many of you that can get there, please. That's not common for coaches to be that involved in what the players are doing.
I have a feeling Pete Carroll would be a coach that would be that involved.
Sure. Kevin O'Connell, Pete Carroll, those guys come to mind as guys who probably have an awareness of
McDaniel, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe.
We're also going to get to see the new besties in Hard Knocks in season. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. Pickens said the other day he's actually a chill guy who is interested in doing his work, and that's the impression that CeeDee Lamb has gotten. Lamb said he thinks others have confused George's devotion to the game for other emotions. Quote, I knew who he was as a player, obviously just watching him with the Steelers, how passionate he is about the game. I think they kind of get it confused. Once you're so passionate about something, you're willing to do anything for. As far as winning goes, being happy in the organization, All I'm going to say is he has not stopped smiling since he has gotten here. I'll start with that. So it is a Hallmark card to start.
He is he's looks happy. He's smiling. Man, he has just decided I'm going to zip my lips though.
Pickens?
I'm not going to dig any holes. He got asked.
Where's all the audio of Pickens here?
So he got asked 24 questions during his media availability the other day.
Seems
which
like
is
a lot.
Ton.
That seems like a
lot
ton of questions.
Because you got to think, like, I don't know, even if it's 30 seconds an answer, and then however long the question time is, he stood up there for 24 minutes. That's a long time. He got asked 24 questions. The average length of his answer was 7 seconds. I think he gave 2 answers that were over 10 seconds, which is. I'm not saying he has to give us more than that. He's answering the questions.
Is he coming across as like abrasive or moody?
No, just coming pithy almost, just like quick. Like
you're gonna have to use a word that I understand.
Okay, he's coming across as pithy? Pithy, Pithy. He's coming across as
Thanks, Nick. Right?
He's coming across as like just he's answering your question. That's it. Like he's not gonna expand on it. Not as a jerk. He's just kind of like it's a.
Does it come across you think that he's been burned? Like he's got more in there that he wants to let out? Or this is who he is?
He just comes across to me as a guy who's like, maybe a little bit of the burn factor, but also just like, I'm just trying to get settled here. I don't need to make any waves.
What's the Pittsburgh media?
You know them all. I don't know.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. Like, are the fans like, calling in, demanding everybody gets fired? Like,
I know he did not like the media in Pittsburgh. Like he had an issue with them, and so, but I mean, he's coming here. He's been nice. It's just you get asked a question like, "Hey, what are your impressions of Dak Prescott been so far?" And he goes, "He's a really smart quarterback, and when you're the quarterback, like being really smart, that's high up on the list of things you need." Like those are the kind of answers you get. He's answering it. He's not like he's not walking around.
Yeah.
He's just here's my thought on it, and that's it.
Well, CD is doing the talking for him. Here is Lamb the other day talking about working with George for years.
I mean, we started off when I want to say it was his combine prep and everything, and we was out in Atlanta just getting right, grinding. I mean, we were students of the game, still is, but like I was giving him the little things that I learned as far as my first year in the league, and just passed him what I could while I could, and I mean, it's crazy how things come full circle. Having him on the team now, we're catching up on everything that we left off.
All right. Oh,
I was just going to say, I will say the longest answer George Pickens gave the other day was when they asked him to describe CeeDee Lamb. And he had started talking about the things he appreciates about his game and like the little just details of the way he works his steps and the way he uses his size. And so, I mean, they definitely have a high appreciation for each other. And I know when the trade went down, that CD was way at the top of guys who were really excited by it.
We keep it inside the NFC East during the commercial-free expressway here on Sean and RJ. He's our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, and we have an Ice Cube ticket giveaway coming up momentarily. Back to the Stars at 8. The Eagles, they physically made me nauseous yesterday with everything. Not just that they won the tush push. That was the least of the nauseating things that came out with this story. As the league voted 22-10 to keep the tush push around.
And of the 10 that voted to keep the tush push, right?
Of the 10 or of the 22?
No, 22 voted against the tush push.
They needed 24?
They needed 24. Of the 10 that voted to keep it, only 1 plays Philly this year. That's Detroit. And 7 of those 10 were AFC teams.
Baltimore, New England, the Jets, and the Lions did vote to keep it. How's 22-10 against keep it?
They need 24. Yeah, it's a 2/3 or whatever vote to pass a new rule.
So, boy, that sounds right though, doesn't it? That those would be the teams. Like, just think of the coaches there, like Dan Campbell, Mike Vrabel, like Aaron Glenn. Like, it's going to be the
you mean men?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. It's like men. They're testosterone filled. My strength against your strength. Who squats more, baby?
So Jeffrey Lurie spoke for an hour, so much that Jed York from San Fran supposedly asked him. Seth Wickersham got the details from this heated meeting apparently at times. How much more freaking crap do you have to say? Jed York was saying that to Lurie. And then Lurie brings in his ace in the hole, his surprise guest, Jason freaking Kelsey, comes in and explains why it should be kept. And there's some feeling that did sway some of the owners with their vote. Jerry didn't know where to go yesterday when he was asked about it. The audio's not good, but he's like, I keep flip-flopping. I don't know whether to vote against it for all these reasons or just because we can't stop it. I don't know. I can't keep track. When I think word had come out that Stephen Jones weeks ago was actually against it, but Jeffrey Lurie got kids warning in the car. He got graphic, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
Saying that it was a, can you say this phrase?
I would say like a teenage
fantasy.
The thing while you're sleeping.
The Luca audio we weren't allowed to play from the wedding.
Yes.
Well, no one knows what that is
no one knows
referring
that
to
is.
here.
But O-Town had a song years ago called Liquid Dreams.
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, he was like saying, like, if you were to,
he said it's a win-win for us.
It's a win-win for us, right? It was like that teenage
fantasy
ecstasy to create a play so successful that the only way for it to be stopped was for it to be banned. Which I would imagine, like, that's a pretty powerful statement because, like, that's the ultimate trump card that they would have for the rest of their time.
They're still in the minority here.
They are.
That still needs to be remembered. They got by on a.
Well, it's alive. It's staying.
It's still alive.
I know, but it's, dude. I bet if you get, I bet there's got to be at least one team that if they saw them spiking the football after, that they would have been like, I want to change my vote.
It was a good spike. They got on Twitter and had a picture against the Packers with the phrase "push on," and the Packers were the ones that got put into the spotlight of trying to get this canceled the most.
Yeah.
So the Eagles social media team, they were ready.
Now, Goodell and the league are apparently in favor of banning this, just like they're in favor. Goodell and the league are in favor of changing the playoff a little bit. So I suspect both get back next year into the competition room or whenever. Are they allowed to get back year after year?
Yeah, I mean, you can submit it again. The most stunning thing about this is that Rich McKay said yesterday,
the rules guy,
that it was unanimously proposed, this rule, and basically it had unanimous backing from the competition committee, the player health and safety, and the owner health and safety committees. This has an expiration date. It'll be here next year. Fine. If those three are against it unanimously and saying we want it out, they're taking it out eventually.
So the tush push lives on. Just hearing Jerry Jones say it is hilarious. Like everyone, all these billionaires saying the tush push, the tush push, and Jason Kelce came in. I thought Kelce a while back said like it hurt his neck, or Andy Reid was talking about it. I don't know. I thought I remember Kelce talked about the physical ramifications of it, but there he is coming in there to save the day.
But refusing media afterwards too. He got asked by Jory Epstein, Brooke Pryor, like they both.
Because every time he talks to him on mic now, we hear how overrated he is as a media personality, except for his podcast. His podcast is good.
His answer when he got asked, like, "Hey, you want to say?" He's like, "I'm not here for media today." It's like, yeah, you are. I'm
here for the green.
You're here show it up. You are
That's right.
You should speak. Like I do think if you're gonna show up and make this big show of like, here I am to save the day, fellas. Like, talk about what you said. What did you pitch? If it's that important to you,
we know what he pitched, and he becomes even more of a filthy hero after saving it for the Eagles yesterday. And Jeffrey Lurie apparently he got yelled at by
Troy Vincent.
for
NFLPA. Using that teenage dream comment.
He said, "There's a woman in here."
Yeah, there's several women. There were several. There's Amy Adams in there, and is it Pegula or Pegula? The Bills. Terry. There's several women now, including. Well, Jim Irsay's daughter's taking over, so she's taking over the Colts.
After Jim Irsay yesterday passed away at the age of 65. Let's hook you up for turning it on and leaving it on this morning show.
Today was a good day.
That's right, Tolos. Right now, 877-881-1053 wins 2 tickets to see Ice Cube at Dickies Arena on Thursday, October 2nd. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Again, Tolos, right now, 877-881-1053 wins 2 tickets to see Ice Cube at Dickies Arena on Thursday, October 2nd. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
Thank you, Ross. This HOV portion of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. Back to the Stars party at 8 o'clock this morning. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Should pre-calculus really determine a state title? Are we being a little petty here? We'll talk about this here in just a second. Before we do have the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour tomorrow in Mansfield, 3100 East Broad Street. We'll have breakfast from Whataburger, Firehouse Tour t-shirts while supplies last. So thank you to Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Whataburger, and Firehouse Movers for making that happen. But this will be stop number 3 and Sean's first one of the year.
Yep.
You're jazzed about driving all the way out to Mansfield at 5 in the morning?
Yeah. What is it? I don't know, 35, 40 minutes, something like that. Sure.
It'll be good.
That time of day?
Mansfield was a really nice turnout last time.
Nate Wood said he's coming out.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
I think Alec Medford's going to stop by. So you can see Little Red Medford. Look, I mean,
K-Twiz
Medford gets to a remote ours before Peyton does.
Boy, that's a scoreboard he's going to have on him is just to say, yeah, I got to the Firehouse Tours before you did.
K-Twiz, diehard Stars fan, said it's going to be my first Firehouse. So come on out and get fed.
Yeah, we get
and a giveaway.
Yeah, those T-shirts, they're going to go quickly. So you want to come out there and get them as quickly as possible. So, all right, over at the Dallas Morning News, so Highland Park, the Scots over there of Highland Park, they had won the state championship, the 5A Division II state championship in soccer back in April. And we're covering a little bit more of some of these high school teams during the Neighborhood Watch after we got that request from some of the listeners. But the problem is that this has now been forfeited. In the wake of this, they found out that one of their players was academically ineligible because his pre-calculus grade had slipped just under 70 for a little bit. And so because of that, they reported it to UIL. UIL said, all right, well, you forfeited these games.
Self-reported like Michigan?
Yeah, so you forfeited these games here, which included the 2-0 win over Liberty Hill on April 11th, which was the state title game. So they have now had this stripped from them. They've lost the state title. It's been vacated. And the mother, Kara Pierce, appeared before the UIL State Executive Committee on Wednesday to contend that the ruling was basically garbage. There's lawyers who have weighed in from SMU and stuff that said this is a little too letter of the law. Like this is not the intent of what this is supposed to mean. This is a little ticky-tacky and over the top.
So if you fall below the GPA, are we talking like should not have played, participated, or practiced during the season in one of their games? Like you're supposed to be off the team until the grade comes back up? How's that work?
Yeah, so like maybe different for every school and what their protocols are for retakes. Like, by the way, they have retakes now.
What does that mean?
You don't do well on a test, you could retake it.
Oh, freshman forgiveness.
Yeah, this is just, but it's permanent forgiveness. But also I think it's like because you have to be at a certain point by a date. Your grade has to be a certain point. So it's not like you could be in like the first. So let's say it's a 9-week period, right? And 2 weeks in, you're below that number.
And this was a C?
This is just slipped under a 70. And here's part of the contention.
So you're a D.
Yeah. Just slipped under.
Agree though.
But here's the other thing, because it's pre-calculus. There's an argument again when some law professors are looking at this and they're saying letter of the law. That would technically, to them, I guess, be considered that's an honors course that shouldn't be applied.
So would it be weighted? Would it be weighted?
So basically, Highland Park has had this issue where if it's an honors course, even if you slip below 70, they have self-reported it. But it's something where a lot of
you're punishing them for exceeding.
A lot of legal professors have said, like, if you just did, and we're talking about an honors course and not your regular like core curriculum or whatever else you do it, like that shouldn't be applied in the same way as being academically ineligible.
So let me get this straight. You got people in DFW paying kids, manipulating the system, recruiting, buying houses, doing God knows what in terms of illegal activity, and then we're going to take away the state championship for a calculus grade dropping beneath when all the rest of this mischief takes place in every sport.
Yeah, so in 2008, they amended it to say you could exclude honors courses from calculating their grade point average. And so because of that, like because Highland Park does choose to include it and then reported it, then UIL was like, all right, well, you're done.
Okay, so my other thing is like, let's say you've got like a 3.8 GPA. Just forget the weighted scale. Mm-hmm. Let's say it's a 3.8. But in that current 9 weeks, you fall below a 70. Even though your GPA is up here.
Mm-hmm.
How they could still take you and make you academically ineligible?
That's how it reads.
So it's not a cumulative GPA? Because the college cares about your cumulative GPA. not necessarily what you were on some arbitrary 5th of 9 week date.
Well, they're a little more intense with it. And Jeremy Gilbert, the athletic director at Highland Park, said that this has been a long-standing practice that we followed at Highland Park, and said it was a really difficult decision to self-report after speaking with UIL officials.
When you have other teachers and other schools or ADs being like, don't take the hard classes, even though it's going to help you get into college, we need your GPA good for the local soccer state title.
Exactly.
Do it for the cause, Kelsey.
Come on, we're trying to win titles here, and they did win one, but ultimately it gets stripped from them. All right, we're doing the neighborhood watch here on 105.3 The Fan. The most expensive city in the state of Texas. We're sitting in it right now. According to new research from Zillow, a new rental report from Zillow reveals that Dallas renters need to make nearly 29% more money than they did 5 years ago in order to afford rent in 2025. The average cost of rent in Dallas, the average money you need to make just to afford rent in the city of Dallas is $71,413. That is the highest in the state. Some of the others, Austin is $68,800, Houston is $67,000, San Antonio comes in at $58,000 to be able to afford rent there. But while that is really high, rent prices in Dallas last month averaged $1,785. While that is high, it's actually still well below other big cities. If you want to afford a single family home to rent, the income needed increases even further to $92,932. So basically, you've got to be making, in order to have a single family home that you're renting in Dallas, you need to be making six figures now.
I think I rented 3. It could have been 4 different apartments. Way back in the day.
Yes, it was.
Way back in the day, as close to the radio station as possible.
Back in the day when on a, opening weekend of March Madness, the pool was packed. No one was watching the games.
Yes.
I know I've got an apartment and not a house, but this still applies to rent here. I will say that's the biggest annoyance right now of just trying to figure out like the trade-offs that you look for. Where like, Kristen will say like, well, what if we were to go move here? Because like the housing in Flower Mound has gotten ridiculous. Like you can't find houses in Flower Mound now under like $450.
Ugh.
Like even smaller. It's like basically doubled since we moved to Flower Mound, the cost of homes there. So when we look at that, and it's like, well, all right, well, let's go to somewhere where it's not going to be as much sticker shock. Let's go move here. It's like, all right, well, if you move there, you're really downgrading the schools now. That's a school district that you don't necessarily want the girls in. So that's going to be compensated by also now we're probably putting them in private school or doing different things. And so you're always looking at these trade-offs.
And property tax.
Yeah.
If you told the girls, hey, we got a house, but you got to change schools and all new friends and all that stuff, what would they say? How would they vote? Stay in the apartment for the school or go to a house and change?
Addison would vote to stay. She wouldn't want to switch schools. Laura might, but that's just because Laura is a homebody and hates school in general. So to her, it's like a school's a school. I'm going to hate it either way. So I think she'd just kind of say, stick with it.
And you stopped looking for the new house. I mean, you put up the jellyfish lighting, so I know you're staying.
We're staying. We can't. We're it's the golden handcuff.
What's
it's
that?
like a 2.5% interest rate.
Is that a Tuesday night? Oh,
yeah. That's.
I thought you were.
It's our interest rate's too low. Our interest rate's
Diddy
too low.
here.
Yeah, we just can't. We can't justify moving. Now, I guess we could keep the house, but I mean, that's also, can we afford to keep the house and buy something new? Because something new would be more expensive and a higher interest rate.
That's the biggest problem we're running into right now with the whole when we look at doing first-time home buying is that they're saying like, yeah, unless you have the 20% saved up, ready to drop on it, first-time home buying is just really going to be difficult right now if you're not flipping.
I couldn't do it without
whatever
the
you got.
20%. My first house, I think it was like $274, and I was like, all right, I feel like that's a steal. You know what I mean? Now, I was in the hood.
I was going to say, there's a lot of stealing over there.
We were inside a gate. Like, it was a perfect first house, in my opinion.
It was really good.
I couldn't have it with the kids and random bullets here and there, as Gavin Dawson
it was a BB
first showed me. I got a bullet in the roof. We found a bullet in the pool. Dawson lived next door. He said one ricocheted off of his bathroom window. No one was, as I tell everyone, no one was getting shot. It was no one was getting shot at. It was getting shot up.
Shot up.
The houses weren't getting shot up. I mean, it was stupid punk kids firing the guns in the air.
Excited. The Cowboys probably won that day.
Yeah, you just got to hope you weren't outside.
All right, we're doing Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan. A local legendary
Hi,
donut
John
shop.
Ramsey on retainer from the bullets in my roof. Tolo John.
Hail damage? No.
Nobody was more upset than John that you moved. All right, so a nationally recognized Dallas donut shop is closing its doors. Do you know of Hypnotic Donuts?
Yes.
So Hypnotic Donuts just kind of announced surprisingly to people on Facebook on Tuesday, said they're shutting their doors. The post says, we're so grateful for the years of community love and support. We will miss you. Said that after 30 years, it's time for them to close their doors. So they will be shutting down here in the near future, which Hypnotic has been featured on like a bunch of different, like I think the Food Network, a couple of their shows have done it. They've been written about in magazines, but they're these like really trendy upscale donuts. They're over there on Garland Road near White Rock Lake, but they're closing up shop. And this has been happening more and more lately.
I hate this.
Where you're seeing like long-standing restaurants or, quirky areas, stuff that have like really strong reputations. They're closing their doors. They're not sustaining.
You get these small mom and pops that just go out of business and now makes way for some, yuppie chain to come in, and I hate this.
Yeah, and this one apparently is it's more related, which Hypnotic, as WFAA writes about, serves up craft donuts as well as chicken biscuits, highly rated and often had long lines, especially on weekend mornings, often recognized as one of the best donut shops in Dallas from D Magazine, Dallas Observer, Eater, all of those. Basically, this comes down to the owner just said they're tired. They've had their run. It doesn't seem to be as much of just like we can't afford to stay open. It's more just like it's time to move on.
I was expecting to go on here and see some crazy pricing for donuts, but it's not. I mean, $2.75, $3, $3.50 for some of the specialty ones. I mean, they're putting slabs of bacon on some of these things.
Oh, they're art. They're like, well, you look at them, they're like visual pieces of art.
Yeah.
They're really well done. So a little bit of sad news. I know a lot of people like Hypnotic Donuts. All right. City of Dallas is cracking down. They're saying, look, we know it's going to cost you $72,000 to just have a little studio apartment. But that's no excuse for apparently sleeping on the streets of Dallas. They want to clean it up ahead of FIFA coming to town. So Dallas is cracking down on the homeless population in public spaces. They said that they've received a lot of different feedback from people who say, you go into especially from people who come out of town, that they go down there and they see homeless in, parks or different public areas, loitering around businesses and different things like that. So with FIFA World Cup coming up, a new convention center on the horizon, the city of Dallas announced on Tuesday an effective end to street homelessness downtown. They unveiled a new public safety initiative through which law enforcement, social workers, private security, and the city's emergency response teams will share the same radio lines to address complaints within 24 hours.
So what are public officials instructed to do? You're driving around, you see a homeless individual out sleeping. What do you do?
I honestly, I have no idea because,
pick up, detained. Are you putting on sirens? Where are you taking that people?
When we were in San Francisco for the Super Bowl, the convention center area where all the Super Bowl activities, the NFL experience, everything, where all the media was, there was no homeless there. And we had talked to people, and they said they basically took the homeless from that area and moved them to a different area. Happened to be where we were staying.
Yeah.
Right?
And where are we staying again? Where's the Super Bowl?
It's in San Clara, San Fran. We're staying in San Fran again.
This year. This upcoming season,
Yeah, we're going to go see the Tanner House in San Francisco.
That's right. But yeah, I don't know where if you put them in a shelter, if you move them to a different part of town from the convention center, you buy them a bus ticket wherever they want to go, plane ticket, right? I don't know, but this is like a lot of cities do this when they have big events. It's honestly it's dirty.
Well, and so
we don't want we don't mind the homeless 360 days a year, but the 5 days the World Cup's going to be here. We can't have that.
So they are focused apparently on the city of Dallas. They're trying to make this a little bit more of a charitable effort. So of 270 people who have been moved off the streets of downtown recently, they said about 250 have been rehoused. They said the 20 other people represent a small yet complicated subsection who have more serious mental health and substance abuse issues and who need higher levels of care. Beyond the work focused on rehousing people, the effort includes more police officers, the opening of a new substation in the Central Business District, and the Dallas Morning News says a renewed attention to quality of life issues, including late night noise, street crime, and hazardous driving that some residents say often goes unchecked. So basically this is, hey, we've got World Cup coming to town, a lot more businesses are moving here. We got to clean things up a little bit. Got to clean up the image.
Are we staying in the same area?
No, we are staying in we're staying in a really good spot. We're staying right by the convention center.
Okay, Timmy.
Yeah, Timmy
There you
did
go.
well. Timmy did well.
Yeah, he did a good job there. So I think, I've always thought, though, not just San Francisco, going to other cities, like traveling with the Cowboys and doing different things, whenever I go to the city center, I don't feel like Dallas has as big of a problem as most of the other big cities we go to with that issue downtown.
I would agree. I also think like there are certain cities like LA, San Diego, where it's always like a decent temperature. Here we have the extremes. Yeah. We have the extremes here. So like LA, San Diego, it's more.
Where else that you guys go have you really noticed it?
Philly's
Really?
It's the Neighborhood Watch every Thursday at this time. Commercial-free expressway with an Ice Cube ticket giveaway. We will see you in Mansfield tomorrow as the Firehouse Tour continues. How the Dallas Stars made all the history last night. Next on Sean and RJ.
Has lower food products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Was Seguin, steal, backhands, and scores!
Our boy, Sean McDonough with the call on ESPN. The Dallas Stars stun the Oilers and probably turn your feelings around as well. If you were like us watching the first 40 minutes, you're like, oh my, this could be done in 5 or 6 the wrong way. But then the 5-goal third period, the 3 power play scores in 5.5 minutes have the Dallas Stars double up Edmonton 6-3.
Yeah, it's still a little concerning the way they played yesterday because you're like, all right, which team are we getting? And which one will show up for the rest of this series? But I mean, the fact that they've now figured out, I guess, how to win game 1, so that's a positive. And like we've mentioned earlier, like the fact that Edmonton lost in the very way that they seemed to be concerned they might lose is a good thing to build on. Like that's got to be something that rattles their confidence, which is Edmonton just can't kill penalties right now,
and their goalie can't help. Like if you're a bad penalty killing team, from like a technical standpoint, but your goalie can kind of save you, you can get by with that. Or vice versa. Like, if your goalie can't save you, but you're great at the penalty kill as a unit, maybe you can get by. This team has got the worst of both. The goalie is wildly inconsistent. Like, he'll either stop a shot, you have no idea how he did it, or he lets the most easy routine goal go through.
So I saw you tweet out last night that's a bad goal let in by Otter. Of the 9 goals scored, well, if you don't want to count Lindell, whatever. But of the other goals, help educate me on which was really bad goaltending. Where you're like, that should not have been a goal. On either side.
The Otter one, I'm trying to think the Otter. That was the gloves. It was glove side. It was right there. It just went right over his glove. I'm like, that's not a great.
Did that hit his chest first? I was trying to figure out
I don't
whether
think that was the one that hit his chest first.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just not a great goal to give up. Skinner just, I don't know what he was looking at half the time in that period. The first goal, I think it was not the first goal, the Heiskanen goal, I think, was the one that he was shielded by his own player. You got no prayer. If you can't see it, you can't stop it.
Seguin breakaway.
Seguin breakaway.
It's a breakaway.
That's a breakaway. Although a goalie will tell you, if you're going to do that, and he did go glove side on that one too. What Otter? I think Otter stops that. I think Otter stops that Seguin goal.
Third period comeback wins. The Stars had 4 in the regular season, and they have 3, now 4 in the postseason. They've matched their regular season third period comebacks out of 82 games. That's shocking.
It's shocking. And they're the first team in playoff history to have multiple wins in regulation where they are down by 2 goals in the third period during the same postseason. What they've done is fantastic.
Spittle sent other notes. There are 5 goals in the third, the most by any team in a single period this postseason. A big reason why they lost to Edmonton last year was the power play. They were 0 for 14 on the power play last year against the Oilers. Last night, 3 on 4 chances. Thank you, Evander Kane. The Stars became the second team since 1934 with 3 power play goals in the opening 6 minutes of a playoff period. The penalty kill of the Oilers got even worse statistically prior to the game. Right, that was a big knock against them. I think they were third worst in the playoffs when it came to killing penalties. Opponents of Edmonton had a 33% power play success rate. 33% success rate. Jake, terrific, according to Gavin. Got his 32nd playoff win that ties him for the 4th most playoff wins among American goaltenders in NHL history. They got that secondary scoring, and Pete DeBoer was asked about the offensive firepower from the others.
The first power play we had was a little bit like the rest of our game. Our execution was a little off. We did not make great plays with the puck. We didn't have great support. I thought in the third, we came out and we executed. And you never know when that switch is going to go. Obviously, being at home here for this game, we get that first goal, the crowd gets into it, momentum shifts really quickly. And that's the benefit of being at home here for game one.
So, in terms of the 33%. So Oilers 33% penalty kill, right? So the league average was you're only allowing 21% of goals this year. That's league average. So for them to allow, another 30% more than that, that's remarkably high. And the Stars they're taking advantage of it, which is what you have to do.
And Duchesne had one of those goals. He was asked afterwards, bigger takeaway, all the offensive contributions or the comeback against a team that is a championship contender?
Yeah, I think, like Tyler said, you score a goal and help your team win. It feels great. But, the wins are the best feeling this time of year, and they're short-lived, and the losses are short-lived. So it's a great comeback win for us. I think, every team we've played so far has a very different makeup to them and a different feel, and there's things that we can do better. And, the nice thing is when you win a game in the playoffs without your A game, it feels like, hey, you want to take it and run with it, and we want to be better next game. And I think, that's a dangerous hockey team over there, and you saw it at times. We were probably a little too passive on it at times, but it's hard not to be when you have, gifted players like that coming at you full speed, and they both played, incredible tonight. And I think, like I said, though, at the end of the day, you take that one, you run, and you try and get greedy and take two at home.
And after Kane had his high stick, that was Duchesne's first goal of the playoffs. And I was like, the net's wide open.
Yeah.
It's open.
It's open.
Someone knock it in.
And now it's, because the 19%, it was the 81% of all goals have been scored by 5 guys leading in this game. And the Stars really kind of turned that stat on its head. For the 9-4-0, Edmonton hammered Otter's glove side high early. He adjusted, then they didn't seem to know where the holes would be in his stance. The zone entries in the third were phenomenal. More of that, please. Edmonton also did the same thing, and they talked about this. They highlighted this in the broadcast where they would have the way McDavid would bring the puck into the zone, especially on a power play. It really kind of gave the Stars, and it was the same play every single time, right? He would feed it to Draisaitl, and then Draisaitl would get it right back to him. And that's how they scored. I can't remember if it was the second or third goal, the Bouchard goal, where they trap him in the corner. And this is where McDavid draws so much attention. They trap him in the corner there, and that leaves somebody completely wide open on the opposite side. And he tried to pass the puck out, and it got deflected and went right to Bouchard. He scored it, and that's a tough spot for Otter to be in too, because that's point blank.
Who had the more heartbreaking loss last night? We'll keep the Rangers out of it for now. That's coming up at 8:20. I don't think they belong in this conversation because we're talking postseason. Oilers or the Knicks?
Halliburton inbounded it right to Towns, who couldn't get the three-pointer off in time. And the Pacers get the job done, walking off with their heads held high, stunning this home Knick crowd with a 138-135 overtime win, overcoming a 17-point fourth-quarter deficit. They take a 1-0 Eastern Conference Finals series lead.
And I know this brought you great joy.
Great joy.
Not just in winning the bet, but New York misery.
I hate the Knicks. I've always hated the Knicks. I can't stand them.
Your dad's season ticket holder.
Yeah. He was.
Why'd you hate him? He's sitting there at the Garden all the time.
As a Jordan fan. So we would go to a lot of games. He got. But, we would go to a ton of games, but I never liked them. I never liked their uniforms. They were the Mets uniforms. I hated the Mets. They had the same color pattern. And I liked Jordan. So they were the rival. So this gives me and brought me great joy.
The back page of the New York Post. That's all I cared about looking at. Choke 2.0. Epic collapse crushes Knicks in frighteningly familiar fashion. One of the meatballs from Long Island said worst loss in Knicks history as Tyrese Halliburton hits the miracle 2-pointer, drops the choke, and the Pacers win in overtime. More painful loss, you think?
Edmonton's was a bad loss. New York's is a historic loss. That's all. New York was at home. There's zero reason for them to lose that game. They can't make free throws late. They were splitting free throws at the line. That kept guys in it. The fact that Neesmith was able to do what he was able to do.
What are you showing me?
Just I know you said it, but I don't know if you saw the picture or not.
Well, that's what I read.
Oh, yeah.
He showed me the exact New York Post.
I didn't know if you saw the picture or not. I just saw the cover.
Yeah, with Reggie next to Tyrese. Reggie was like pointing at him, too, a little unethical broadcasting as Halliburton gave him the tribute, and Reggie's like, I see you, I see you.
I was kind of hoping Reggie would stand up and do the choke sign to Spike from across.
Or Josh Hart. Wasn't it Hart who came by and was like, F you, they're saying F you. I didn't see him running his mouth last night.
Yeah, this was just what this was ultimately God telling the Knicks they weren't allowed to win last night. When you've got Aaron Neesmith making those 3-pointers that he was in the final 2 minutes, I mean, falling away, hand in his face, just kind of off balance, and every single one of them just the net barely moving. Mm-hmm. They're just so on point. And then you get the what looked like an 8-foot bounce off the rim on Halliburton's shot there at the end.
Is that a crazier bounce than Kawhi's?
To me,
more dramatic. Kawhi's had the multiple bounce. This thing went above the shot clock. I need to see that picture.
Yeah.
I know we're going to get Tyrese with the choke. I need to see the still shot of the ball at its peak.
I forgot about Kawhi's, but didn't Kawhi's send
that's the most famous bounce, right?
Yeah.
In NBA history, I would argue.
Now his...
Because they won the title that year.
So his was the one with Kawhi, like I'm trying to remember what it looked like.
Baseline.
That was more just like, oh, it's teetering, could have gone. This one hit the back. Like when it hit the back, I was like, he missed. Like it's already done. Like with Kawhi's, you were wondering, all right, is this going in or not? Like Halliburton's, I thought he had missed, and then it came straight back down. That's why I say there were like 4 shots in there where if you get one of those, you're like, wow, that's your lucky bounce for the game. And they got 4 in like 2 minutes. I mean, that was just that has got to be just devastating to New York's confidence.
Jim Irsay's final tweet, the Colts owner passing away at the age of 65, was wishing the Pacers luck against the Knicks as they erase a 17-point deficit in the fourth quarter. And the Knicks were the comeback kids against Boston in the previous round.
My gosh. Okay, look at this. I'm going to turn it around to you.
Wow.
That's right there. It's almost above the shot clock. That ball has no business going in.
Right? Look at Ross.
Just absolutely insane. But I mean, that's why it's like it feels like, all right, you just weren't supposed to win last night, New York.
What do you think's the bigger gut punch between the Oilers or the Knicks?
I guess the
Oilers, the Knicks is more dramatic fashion, but
but like
the Oilers were in control too.
The Oilers were in control, and they had almost stolen home ice. Now the Knicks wound up losing home court, but the Knicks have lost a ton of home games over their years anyway, in big spots. Yeah, I think Edmonton's might actually be more crippling. Because you're dominating that game on the road.
NBA teams down 14 plus in the final 250 of regulation in the playoffs were 0-970. That is now over. First team in the last 27 years.
See, there have been plenty of 2-goal leads lost in the final 20 minutes. That's this is just absurd. And there's no reason why they should have lost. And I mean, that was a Knicks crowd that felt like it wasn't just down 14 with 2:50 left or whatever. It was also like down 9 with 40 seconds. I mean, they had no business winning that game.
What's that, Kawhi?
This is the Kawhi shot. I mean, first of all, why did he choose to go to the corner like that?
That was farther away than I remember.
Yeah.
I know he was fading out of bounds. That was like just inside the 3-point line. And that was that. Man, I just wish Halliburton's had gone in from 3. I just wish it was a 3-pointer.
Yeah, totally different.
All time. That would have made the Brunson Detroit shot already forgettable, as they're trying to compare that to Jordan Byron Russell, and then drop the choke on it. I love that Tyrese is embracing this too.
All time. It's an all time picture.
Yeah, and it'll be remembered like how Michael Jordan jumped from the free throw line and he missed the first dunk. Nobody remembers that. They're just like, oh, he dunked from the free throw line. Same sort of thing. Nobody will remember. You'll have to remind people in the future. By the way, they actually just sent it to overtime. They didn't even win there.
Do the Texas Rangers have any replacement for Luke Jackson after what happened yesterday on this station in the Bronx? That's next on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Donate today at carsforkids.org and by personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
On the radio.
He's got 6 for the year, and the Rangers lead 2-1.
We had a perfect game. This is like deGrom.
It's like deGrom.
Yes, we can still recover. It's Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers. We got Ross in for Pepe here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Jake Berger was supposed to be the offensive hero. First time in his career, he's had 3+ hits and a stolen base in a game. First time in his career. I don't know why Sandler wrote that twice, I guess for emphasis. Also, his second 3-hit game of the season. Only Rangers with more are Langford and Smith. So Jake Berger hits 2 bombs. It is not enough as the Rangers bullpen gives it away and they lose to the Yankees.
Gives it away. Key word right there. And there was one spot that the Rangers were in 8th inning, first and second, couple of outs, Judge is up. All right, so they made the pitching change, and the question was, do you pitch the Judge with first runners on first and second, up 1?
How many outs?
2. Or walk him, so now you load the bases, and you put the go-ahead run at second base, as opposed to the tying run at second, because it was first and second. So you walk Judge, obviously everybody moves up a bag, but you also bring up Bellinger, who's now lefty, was righty-righty. If Judge was going to be up, now you bring up Bellinger, who's a lefty, who had already gone deep, who's kind of swinging a hot bat, hit a grand slam against the Mets a couple of days ago. So that was kind of a tricky spot to be in. What do you do there? They pitch the Judge, they get him 1-2, and then inexplicably a ball that was belt high was thrown. I have no idea why a ball was that much into the strike zone to Aaron Judge in a spot where you're up 1 in the 8th inning.
And then Luke Jackson does his thing. Bobby's going to go off on that in a second, but I'm getting some Bruce Bochy anger on my timeline from Jason. The most frustrating part is Bochy will continue to throw that meatball throwing AA wannabe closer out there. Bochy is the main reason this season is going the way it is. There's a reason why he's lost a lot more games than he has won. I knew this was over as soon as baseball rigged the top of the 9th and Aaron Boone did not get tossed for acting like an asshat on a call that actually went his way. I was wondering why Boone was going so crazy, even though he did end up getting the call. They reversed it, runner out, and he's still cussing the umpire up and down. The ump finally turned around and said, enough. From Shannon, can y'all please ask CY Wrong show, but you got the right station. How long he's going to ride with Bochy, and if he plans to invest in the bullpen ever. And then from Jim Rose, the bullpen is starting to show their true colors, and the 2023 season was lightning in a bottle. Anyone expecting this offense to come out of their funk has not been watching for a year and 2 months. Goodwill shopping for relievers will eventually bite you. That from Austin. And then Raphael, we can't keep up with this bullpen. SMH, we need help.
All right, real quick. How quickly you get spoiled or entitled as a fan base to want the manager who waltz in here, wins a ring, and now 18 months later you've had enough?
Well, I don't think they're saying fired. It's like they think
how long are they going to stick with them?
Yeah, but I do think I'm guilty of this. I'm scared to criticize Bruce Bochy
of
course. But that should not be the case.
It should not be the case.
We need to judge him off the moment in the season that's happening.
You should absolutely be able to criticize him.
I shouldn't be like, oh my God, he won a World Series. The man is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Should he have put Jack Leiter out there the third time?
The
bullpen being mismanaged? Does he even have replacement options for Luke Jackson?
There you go. That's the thing. You can criticize him for third time through with Jack Leiter. I don't know if he's trying to teach him and show him how to throw or force him to learn how to do it, or he's just mismanaging, or it's a lack of options.
Yeah.
Luke Jackson is not out there because
Bruce Bochy loves him.
He loves him, or because he's his child, or he has photos of him. All right. The team they're playing had a guy they brought in this year, Devin Williams, to be the closer. They already replaced him. Why? Because they had a closer who they could replace him with. But if you don't have someone that you can replace Luke Jackson with, what are you going to do?
I mean, throw a warm body out there. They're just as likely to give up 4 runs or whatever else Luke Jackson's going to do when he's out there. This is like you can't have a closer 2 months into the season with a 6 ERA, basically. Like, that's not acceptable.
I agree.
There's no level of excuse for if it's like, well, who are you going to throw out there? Literally try anyone else because a 6 ERA is not good enough. Like, I don't care. Anybody, if you throw somebody else out there, what are they going to do? They're going to give up the same 6 ERA and blow the same number. They're also going to be 0-4. He's not good enough to be your closer. This is a guy who's had more seasons with a negative wins above replacement as a pitcher than he's had a positive one. Like, he's not closer material. I don't know why this was their plan. Look, Kirby Yates has gotten knocked around a little bit with the Dodgers recently, but his peripherals look really good. I still don't know why Kirby Yates wasn't entertained more as an idea to bring back here. You're talking about a guy who is averaging, 15 strikeouts per 9 innings right now for them. His fielding independent pitching's 2.9. That's a better option as your closer right now. But look, as much as Bruce Bochy, sometimes I think you go like, all right, are you being a little too
loyal? Yeah.
Old school committed to certain things, or it's a little frustrating to watch at times. They are not in the position they are because of Bruce Bochy decisions. They're in the position they're in because most of the season they haven't been able to hit the baseball.
Tolo Chris hit us up. It's like to have David Robertson, give him a call. He's just sitting around in, Alabama or wherever the hell he lives, rolling his, keeping his socks high, but maybe give him a call. There's things you could do. He's obviously not pitching because he doesn't want to pitch.
What did you say? Did you guys do this when I was out? What has happened to closers?
We didn't necessarily do it when you were out, but if you go around the sport.
What does that mean necessarily?
We may have broached the subject. But
I don't recall us doing it.
What's that?
I don't recall us doing
this. I mentioned that like the closers in the sport have gone downhill. And if you look at, I already mentioned Devin Williams, Emmanuel Clase. So Clase, I took a screenshot of this yesterday. Let me find it real quick.
Clase Zoo.
So in 2024, through 74 innings, he allowed 5 earned runs. This year, he's allowed 10 in 19. He allowed 39 hits last year. He's already allowed 26. His ERA last year was a 0.61. It's a 4.74. Williams, last year, he allowed 3 earned runs in 21 innings. This year, he's allowed 13 in 17 innings. Other closers around the sport have completely lost their way, too. There's a couple others. And the belief is that they're blaming analytics, that they've told these pitchers, you get X amount of swings and misses on this pitch, so throw this more. What they're missing and what's happening to these closers is that when you throw that pitch more, a couple of things happen. A, the more you throw a pitch, the more chances for a mistake on that pitch to happen. If you only break 3 curveballs off in a game, and they're all great. But if you break up 38 curveballs in a game, how many of those are you going to miss on, right? Second, the hitter sees them more. So now they become more used to it. It's not a surprise. It's not unique. And that's part of the issue that the closers are having around the sport. Also, closers are like kickers.
Yeah.
They're just a little nuts. They lose it, and it's gone. And it's hard to get it back. And they don't pitch enough. Sorry, they don't pitch. They don't have throw days necessarily because they're pitching all the time to work on mechanics.
Kenley Jansen's broken right now. His ERA with the Angels is double what it is for his career. He's a 2.62 guy. He's 5.28 on the season. He's given up 4 home runs already this year. There have been
what's a roll
like
doing right
5
now?
or 6 seasons. There's like 5 or 6 seasons of Kenley Jansen's career where he's allowed fewer than 4 home runs in a season. He's already up to 4.
Yeah, I know
his
he's in
strikeouts
Boston.
per 9 is below 10 for the first time in his career.
I know he's in Boston. I wanted to see what the numbers were. 3-2 with a 1.89. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Are you freaking kidding me?
That's not October yet.
8 saves on the season. All right. This best friend topic has been lingering here on the show.
Yeah, because this came up the other day during Ask Reddit, and we had some research to tie with it, which Choppy said your partner is your best friend, your significant other, your husband, your wife, whatever else. That's typically going to be your best friend. Have you ever felt the societal or significant other pressure to say you're my best friend? Like, do you feel that
to my wife?
Yeah.
No, I don't feel the pressure. Like in reality, it is, but I don't go around. I don't tell people. I think of a dude.
So that's the thing. To me, when you get asked who's your best friend, and you're saying like it's my wife. My wife is my best friend. That's like.
I roll my eyes.
You know what we're asking. We're not asking you that.
Yeah.
So who's your best friend? Well, if you feel that pressure, like Kristen will sometimes she used to do this. She's gotten past it, but early on she used to put the like, well, you're my best friend. Are you saying I'm not your best friend? It's like stop it. You know, it's different.
Yeah.
All right. I don't want to
Bros
also
before.
Exactly.
Right.
So new research says that in a nationally representative sample of adults in the United States, only 14% of adults identify their romantic partner as their best friend. While these individuals reported more companionship in their lives, others who maintained a best friend outside their romantic relationship reported greater perceived social support. So if you're saying my spouse is my best friend or my significant other is my best friend, you're more likely to be kind of on an island and feel like you don't have a lot of social support.
It's just a cheesy it's a cheesy answer.
Yeah,
it's true.
It's true.
It should be true, but no, I'm thinking of one of my bros.
If you're thinking about like if you were to ask somebody, you generally just
who do you talk to the most? Who do you confide in the most? It's going to be the person you live with, probably.
Right, it's going to be the person you live with. The default answer is people are generally asking when they ask that question for like your best guy friend or your, you know what I mean, or your best girlfriend.
Yeah, like look at Slater. She's got a rotating group it's a best friend every single week.
The Gremlins.
The Gremlins.
The reality is that the person that you marry is the person that you want to spend that's the person you want to drink with the most or go do whatever the most. Like in general, that's generally your best friend, but that's not the answer.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's not the answer you give.
I view answering like, who's your best friend? Well, my wife. Like I view that as similar to like, who's the hottest girl on earth? Well, it's my wife. Okay, stop.
Right.
Your wife can be attractive, whatever. You know that's not the answer. Give me now that you've said the answer to keep you safe. Give me the real answer. Who's your real best friend? Who's really the hottest woman you've ever seen? Like, just give us the real answer. That's all.
Ross, who's your best friend?
My buddy Jake down in Austin.
Okay. And how often do you all FaceTime?
No, not FaceTime, but I usually try and make like an effort to go down there about every 2-3 months.
Okay. And vice versa? Does he come here to chill?
Yeah, but not as frequently because he's got a girlfriend down there. So it's kind of like, I could come up or they could both come
you're
up.
the third wheel?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
Would he say you're his best friend or would he say his girlfriend's his best friend?
He would default to probably saying his girl. I'd be like, all right, man, come on now. Cut the ass.
So she runs the show probably.
Yes, but she is fantastic.
Okay.
Shout out to Corinda.
You don't have to say that.
Yeah, you do.
This is a safe space. Don't worry.
Well, they might be listening. Did we come in Austin or is that Odyssey app?
Odyssey app.
Okay.
Well, the survey said we had a lot of people listening to us in Austin. So
Well done. All right, there it is. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Back to the Stars at 9 o'clock. But what are the Cowboys' options outside the building to fill this problem? That's next in Below the Belt right here on The Fan.
But first, look, we've got...
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Sweet Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, PFF has made an enemy out of George Pickens.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's about to be just like me. He's going to be going on a crusade against PFF. More on that here in just a second. First, Below the Belt is sponsored by D&M Leasing. Check them out at dmautololeasing.com. So we've heard the line recently. It's not 1A, 1B. It's these are 2 1s, baby. We're equal. We're equal alphas here.
I mean, let's hear from CD Lamb. Ross, this is cut 7. This was CD with Bobby getting this audio the other day out at OTAs talking about having 2 1s.
We can complement each other. If he's tired, I can guarantee you I'm not. So just being his backbone and being here for him and letting him know that he got some help on the other side for sure. That's a dog and that's willing to win, and I'm going to do everything in my power to do that. As we all know, the show don't stop for sure.
I can guarantee I won't be tired if
so. What he was getting at, I think, was the idea of like if he's getting beat up and abused. That means I'm free on the other side.
Okay.
So if he's tired, I can pick him up. If I'm getting worn down, if I'm getting a bunch of attention, he's freed up. So now I did have it suggested, and this was an interesting thought. I was talking to one of the reporters out there on Tuesday, and I was saying like, so how do you think this is gonna play out here, the passing offense? Because you guys were saying the other day you think the passing offense is gonna be really good this year.
Top 10 in points.
Top 10 in points.
So their thought is, or their concern right now is, what if they just say, you need to prove you can run the ball? And so what we're going to do is we're going to like dedicate both safety help over the top to both of you. Pickens and Lamb are both getting double teamed, and you guys need to run the football. And let's see if you can do it, because you haven't been able to even run against light boxes the last year or two. And that they think that this is going to basically be a challenge to the run game. And until they show they can run the ball, passing game's not going to get going at all. Which I don't think is... That I think you could see teams take that approach and say, we'll take it away.
Well, then the Great Wall needs to take
Great
over.
Wall. And that's it.
Great Wall 3.0?
Great Wall 3. Yeah, it could be 4.0. I mean, if you want to go back to the 90s.
Yeah, I was counting the 90s.
Yeah, and then 07, 08, 09. What was that?
Young Ross again giving us the history lesson. Tell us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, just so the 90s. Would you consider like the 70s? Was that like quote unquote like a Great Wall of Dallas? Because I know they consider the 90s to be.
They had, I mean, the 70s offensive line was good.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a Great Wall.
Yeah, but they were the doomsday defense. That's what their calling card was.
This is so opposite. With Peyton doesn't know what happened last decade.
07's too early for Peyton.
Ross is giving us the 70s.
Man, just for fun, I used to go and watch those like NFL films they put together for like the Super Bowl champions, and the Great Wall of Dallas was one of them, and I love that. That's so fun to me.
Yeah, I mean, and they were fantastic there. So yeah, it's a 4.0. Is that what we're up to now?
Because I think the
soon to be Great Wall 5.0.
The Leonard Davis, Kosher, Colombo, Gerard, Flozell. I mean, that was a good unit. Really good unit.
But I like when I think of
I'm keeping it on 3.0.
I was gonna say I think of 2 eras of dominance. Yeah. I think of that group with Tyron, Zach, and Frederick, and then the other one would be the one from the 90s.
Yeah,
that's the one that I think of. By the way, there was a note from, I gotta see if I can find this again. Duke Manyweather pointed out that the last time the Cowboys had a starting right tackle who wasn't an undrafted free agent was Doug Free. Like, and that's wild to think about.
Yeah. I thought the Cowboys were actually going to be better in these statistics when I'm looking at their run game last year. They were 6th worst in the league. And I thought because of Rico, maybe Rico's surprise clouded my memory and said, oh, they were mid-pack. If you get that, that's all you got to do is find another Rico. But just in terms of total yards, they were 6th worst in the league, averaging 4 a carry.
Well, yeah, and they were really bad for like the first 2/3 of the year. It wasn't until Dak went down that like the running game had started clicking a little bit, because I mean they had
no threat to pass, no disrespect to Cooper.
But by the way, Cooper. I remember when 4 yards a carry was like, hey, that's a really good running attack.
Yep.
And now 4 yards a carry is, what'd you say, bottom 6?
Yeah.
So the 6 highest rushing performances from the Cowboys last year, it started with the Atlanta game when Dak got hurt. So the 6 highest performances they had last year all came in the second half of the season.
Now, you got Lamar in this, but the team leader in yards per carry last year was Baltimore at 5.8.
Oh, God.
And then Arizona 5.3, Tampa 5.3.
Okay.
Oh, Arizona, you say, with Clayton Adams, who's now installing his run game concepts here in Dallas. Maybe that'll take hold a little bit. And they'll need it to take hold because apparently their wide receiver duo is not very good, according to Pro Football Focus. Or not that it's
With
not
Marvin?
very good. It's not
Jack Marvin Harrison?
It's not that it's not very good. No, Dallas here. I'm saying they're going to need to lean on their running game a little bit. So PFF came out with their wide receiver rankings. These are the top 32 ahead of the 2025 season, which 32 teams. In theory, if you want to stretch it to, every team has a number one receiver. So in theory, there's 32 ones, or there should be roughly 32 ones out there. The Dallas Cowboys show up on this list. Where do you think CeeDee Lamb came down on the list of the best receivers in the NFL?
4th.
Nope, outside the top 5.
6th.
Yep, 6. Got it. Number 1 is A.J. Brown from the Eagles. In fact, they separated into Tier 1 and Tier 2.
Oh, good Lord.
Tier 1 is A.J. Brown, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. That's the Tier 1 group.
Well, A.J. Brown doesn't belong up there, in my opinion. Good receiver, but he's on a lower tier than those guys.
Tier 2, just ahead of CeeDee Lamb, Amon-Ra St. Brown, which I would take CD over Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Same.
Any day of the week.
Yep.
And I would also take CD over number 5 on this list, Puka Nacua from the Rams. Puka Nacua is a really good player. He's not CD. CD to me is one of the guys who, like, he's not there right now. There will be a time in his career, I think, where we'll be talking about CeeDee Lamb's the best receiver in football. Like, I think that he's got that capacity, and he's going to be pretty consistently a top 5 guy, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But when you go down this list and you start looking past there, and I go, all right, where's George Pickens showing up in the remaining top 32? He does not make an appearance. In fact, if you're to take this list from PFF would say not only do the Cowboys have, which I've seen some fans ask the question, is this the best receiver duo in the NFL? Not only do they not have the best in the NFL, they don't have the second best even in the NFC East. According to this list, they say Philadelphia and Washington's receiver duo is better with Deebo Samuel and Terry McLaurin. I don't think the Deebo Samuel we know today, I don't know that I take him over George Pickens.
Well, this is a total opposite stylistic fight with flash in Dallas and just solid floor in Washington. You know Terry McLaurin, right? He's not going to wow you and splash you a ton. Deebo Samuel, versatile, a lot of running game stuff. So you got style versus substance with those two. But I would take CD and Pickens right now
over Washington.
Yes. And I would take CD and Pickens over Philadelphia's.
That's an interesting. No, I don't know that I disagree. It's just so to me, CD's better than AJ Brown and Devontae Smith. I kind of wonder sometimes if maybe I underrate Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
Because I mean I do know that he's a threat. Every time you watch him on tape, you're like, man, he's really good. But I also just feel like
I've been a little underwhelmed.
He's a little anonymous, I feel like at times. Like I feel like he fits into when I think of
68 for 833 and 8 last year. Nice season.
I think of Calvin Ridley when I think of a guy like Devontae Smith. Like I think of that type of a player.
Yeah. CBS did the top 10 wide receiver duos. They had Jacksonville at 10 with Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas Jr.
Brian Thomas Jr. was the 15th receiver on this list from PFF.
He balled out.
Tampa was 9. Washington was 8. Miami was 7 with Waddle and Tyreek.
Yeah, Tyreek's getting forgot about a little bit.
The Rams are at 6 with Puka and Devontae. That's pretty stout.
Well, I'm having.
I'm down on Devontae.
Yeah, I'm having Devontae questions.
Detroit is 5 with Amon-Ra and Jameson Williams. Jameson Williams had 58 catches for 1,000 yards.
Yeah, he's explosive.
Then the Cowboys at 4.
Yep.
And then you had Minnesota with Jefferson and Addison. Then you had Cincinnati, Chase and Higgins, obviously, and then Philadelphia 1.
Boy, I think I've made up in my mind. I've got a crusade this year against T. Higgins. I'm tired of him being forced down my throat as like awesome. He's fine, but like T. Higgins to me, okay, great. You have Jake Reed, awesome. It's not Chris Carter or Randy Moss. He's a good player, but to me, it's also like you can if Jamar Chase is taken out of the game.
T. Higgins is Is Reed?
Yeah. I mean, I'm being. I'm exaggerating. I'm exaggerating. But
pretty Chris Cartery.
No, I disagree. T. Higgins is a guy.
I know he's played better because Chris kind of was buns.
All he does is catch touchdowns.
Yeah, not interested.
That's all that he does.
Not interested.
I'm interested in moving the sticks, baby. What do you do for me between the 20s?
What?
I mean, if you're talking about what T. Higgins has done, these have been his totals.
Lou Holtz says, right? You win games with first downs, not touchdowns.
When you look at where T. Higgins has been, and you got to remember,
Lou Holtz says a lot of things.
He's got it. You've got T. Higgins who's been playing opposite Chase and with Burrow, right? Like, I mean, that should be easy money for him. When you look at his career over the course of his career, his average in 5 seasons now is he averages 919 yards receiving a season. In first 3 years for George Pickens, he averages 947. Like Pickett, like Higgins to me, Higgins being talked about as like you got to pay him $30 million. It's like no, thank you.
But I think what you're missing is it's harder to get 900 yards when you're opposite of a one who's getting 175 targets than it is when you're George Pickens and you are the one.
Yeah, but you're the one with who? Trubisky and Mason Rudolph, it does.
Great wide receivers. If you're going to get 100+ targets, you're going to get you're going to eat.
Hold on. So you think playing with Burrow and getting single coverage as the 2 is easier than being the one in Pittsburgh in a run first offense with a rotation of
not
quarterbacks?
necessarily easier, but I'm saying is when the other guy on your other side is getting 175 targets.
But the efficiency should be through the roof on Higgins then, and it's not.
My issue with Higgins is he has a terrible catch percentage. I mean, he had 110 targets last year, but he only had 70 catches. That's terrible.
Can't believe we're dedicating this much time to T. Higgins.
But in general, we're talking about the way the receivers stack up. But
look, when you look at targets last year, I just wanted to see who had bums throwing to him to y'all's minor debate. Malik was second. He still balled out. Drake London, not the best quarterback situation in Atlanta. Justin Jefferson burned me in fantasy. I was like, his quarterback's gone. Did not matter for him. And then Garrett Wilson with Aaron Rodgers and the terrible season that they had. And then Brock Bowers. So it's interesting. The top 6 targets except for Jamar, and Darnold was good for 3/4 of the year, had bad quarterback situations.
What do you say if I tell...
But that's just targets.
What's the stat line just off the top of your head for you that you say, if George Pickens gets that, I'm saying that's a successful season as the other one, since we can't say he's 1B or whatever.
70+ catches, at least 8 touchdowns.
Okay. So that you're more about the catches and the touchdowns. You're not necessarily thinking volume yards. That's not as much of a concern. It could be volume yards.
It could be a lot of different things. I don't have it set in my mind.
Okay. I think he's going. I think they're going to have 2,000-yard receivers this year.
Belo on the home of the Cowboys with Roberto, our Cowboys insider here on DFW Sports Station. Back to football with the Red Zone at 9:20, but we got to get back to the ice with the stunner. What are they saying in Edmonton? Some behind enemy lines with Oilers fans? Next on Sean and Art.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
They pull the goalie down by 2, 3:20 to go. And that is shot into the empty net. Esa Lindell, the length of the ice.
What are you laughing at?
Well, we were fist pumping and the music came down and we were still fist pumping, but rough beat.
And we're white. Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as the Dallas Stars pull off the stunner. And we got a special edition in studio to add to his workload today.
Oh, man.
It is Corey Majors from the KNC Masterpiece wearing a version of green.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I guess I hadn't noticed.
Planning on going to the gym after the show today.
Well,
how crazy
At
was
two?
that? How crazy was that last night?
Last night's game was awesome. That was amazing. And to get fisticuffs with 0.1 second left on the clock, too, to get some fighting at the end of it.
I turned to the NBA game, so I missed that. I didn't see what
was worth
happened.
it.
How did it happen?
Yeah, it was everybody just kind of collided. Bishop just flies in there and is like, hey, let me get some of this, too. And then is it Corey Perry, oldest man on the ice, youngest man on the ice, are going at it. And Corey Perry looked like he wanted to teach the kid a lesson. Like he was looking at the referee like, I'm about to show this kid.
Yeah. Then he was mocking him afterwards, saying, look at him taking cover.
Oh, you turtle head. You
Turtle head.
crouching down.
But yeah, man.
Is Mason Marchment our most disliked player?
He's our most
By other people?
frustrating-
No, by us.
Yes.
Oh, I was going to say.
Because
Got
it
another
doesn't
penalty last night.
every single
And that facial hair.
group chat
Wait, is that him with the mustache?
Yeah, he's got the Raleigh fingers.
in this one hockey group chat, every single game there will be all it said is effing Marchment. It's all it will say.
Yeah.
Because it's coming. A dumb penalty at some point is happening. And this is the child of an NHL player. Like you would think, like, oh, there's like hockey IQ, right? You would think because like it's just they're at a different level.
And a couple of years ago it was Suter, effing Suter.
Yeah, I was about to say
the
Ryan
everything.
Suter was the
But
one that they were kicking a couple years ago.
The last couple of years, Marchment's really been our own size, our only size and physicality. Like and that was kind of the scary part of it was he was the biggest dude out there. This year he has been. It's been bad. He's had a lot of lazy reaching penalties. I will say, the Stars do feel they're aggressive and like they feel aggressive, and that is part of the reason. Because they know that their penalty kill can kill penalties. So they feel very confident that we can go out there and be aggressive. There is a thin line, though, between aggressive and lazy. And then sometimes there's like, oh, man, you didn't need to reach there. But, yeah, he's been – I called for a scratch in Game 6. I was like, scratch him, dude. Get him out of there.
Wow.
And then he goes out there and has a really good game in Game 6 and then, comes out and has another penalty last night.
When did you feel it was turning? When did you take us through the emotions of the comeback?
It was the
Mikko
power play.
Which one?
Going into the third period. So they had, 37 seconds they burned off there.
Yeah.
And I was thinking to myself, all right, this is awesome because this is – you walk into that room and you tell the guys, we just did this in Game 6 in overtime. So we know we come out of here, we skate out on the ice, and we have a plan in place, and we're going to bury one home, and we're going to get out of here tonight. And so I really had confidence that if they did that then it would be quicksand for the Oilers.
And that was the Miro one. That was where he was screened off. He got screened off with the power play.
What a shot, man. That was a missile, dude. That was awesome.
When these guys there were a couple last night where sometimes I get confused. Like, is that actually in? But last night there were some highlight reel worthy shots on both sides.
And I wonder, because we have the ability to put a mile per hour on a slap shot now, and I wonder, 1974, we didn't have that, right? But what would it have been? Like, how much harder are they hitting today than they did even 50 years ago?
Yeah, but you watch some guys back then, it was the wind up and the crow hop just to get it. Dude, Miro's doing that from the wrist.
They're doing the crow hop.
Yeah, Miro's doing this from the wrist. And you see the difference when he's on the ice too, right? Defensively, you see a real difference with him out there because he can cover so much ice and he can do so much offensively. He is an athlete at the supreme being.
Corey Majors in studio to celebrate the Stars from the KNC Masterpiece. Who wakes up feeling like the better team this morning?
I love this because you have to wake up feeling emotionally scarred from last night.
Dude.
And the Stars have done this now to Colorado, and they did it to the Jets as well. Where you steal a game late, and they've got to be sitting there going, what the F just happened? We had complete control of this thing, and they made an adjustment and turned it on. Now, the power play was obviously the difference last night, and I got it. DeBoer, every step of the way, has been giving so much credit to his special teams coaches. He was like, look, we started this season, we were the worst, and now here we are, we're the best. And I got to give all those guys the credit on it. To start the game, weren't we going, hey, can we get a shot? Their PK is getting more shots than our power play right now.
That first power play. They played scared.
Yes,
the Stars played scared that first power play, and like the Stars wake up today. It's like, all right, we stole one, but we're also never going to play that bad again in the first 40 minutes.
And we got it from everyone else.
Yeah,
the depth.
Right. Absolutely.
You know,
so
like
there's a lot to feel good about from the Stars, even though that you didn't play well in the first 40 minutes. You won. You're going to feel good about that anyway, but you don't think you're playing that poorly again. And like you said, the other guys helped.
There's been no Robo, Jamie Benn, and then I forgot that Miko was on the Stars last night.
Yeah.
I was like, where is he? What's going on? And then his name got mentioned once.
Yeah.
And you still won with 6 goals.
Yeah, that first line, it does have a lot of unique ability with Granlund too. I think we overlook that trade a lot because of Miko, but Cody Ceci and Granlund in that trade that's been an exceptional addition. But yeah, it's nice whenever you don't hear Miko, but you still get 6 goals in the game.
Yes.
And Duchesne finally showing up too. Like that was yesterday. We had Brian Ray on, and he's fantastic, dude. He's great. I said, hey man, which one of these guys looks like they're about to crack it open? And he was like, Duchesne. He's that close, hitting crossbars. You got all these opportunities, and he's that close to getting it done.
By the way, I was just looking through the great website moneypuck.com, Sean, which actually there is good stuff on here. Okay, I was looking at they have probabilities for each shot. What is the likelihood that each shot, given the angle, how far away they are, everything else, how likely it is that they're going to score. Miro's goal last night had a 1.7% chance of scoring. It was the most unlikely goal they've scored this postseason.
Wow. And then their goaltender was a big question.
He was. Skinner was a question coming in. He was bad against the Kings in the first 2 games, got removed, and then there was the injury, right? So then as Picard got hurt, and since he came back, I mean, he actually did play really well. He had back-to-back shutouts in the last 2 games against Vegas, but this is why he was essentially benched in the first place. He is a inconsistent wild card.
Is Hagelin, you think, a nut job sitting next to watching these games? You think he gets really, really emotional?
I bet when they were down 3-1, he was, don't talk to me.
Do you text him during?
We'll text occasionally about when something sucks. We're like, man, this sucks. And then whenever something's great, it's like that. But yeah, we do text back and forth throughout. Alex on the text as well a lot of times. It is, you feel down whenever everything's as down as it was. And you feel like it's over. But
where's his intro music?
Here it comes.
Coming
He's like
through the
Vince
tunnel.
McMahon walking in.
That's the glass.
Were you just misrepresented?
Did you guys start crosstalk early? What's happening?
Well, we know you guys have such a heavy load today.
We might. Who the hell knows?
We could have an hour show. We could have a 4-hour show. And we don't know if G-Bag will show up.
Right.
It is at 24% rain right now.
Hell yeah. So I don't think I was misrepresented at all. I was just listening to that. I think the thing that agitates me the most, and I'm sure a lot of Stars fans the same thing, is the really terrible power plays that you'll see
to start.
I know every team will have them, but man, when you see a bad power play, I feel like that's more frustrating than just about anything.
But you're complaining about the Stars power play from last night.
The very first one.
Yeah, the first one was
no.
miserable.
Obviously, the third period.
That wasn't good enough for you?
Edmonton's like, high stick anybody that moves. Yeah, that was incredible. But no, that first power play, not just that game, but just in general, I think a slow, non-shooting power play will get the text moving.
The two things to give credit to. One, Tyler Seguin, dude, when he got that breakaway, he looked young. He looked young, and he was just like, I'm getting out of here, guys. Watch this. And then that other deflection goal was awesome. But the crowd, to reward their team on PKs, to reward their team after they, the way they are with the cheering.
Yeah.
Like early in the game, it was like, oh man, very similar to Colorado. There's just like 2 periods of what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh no, this is important times. We know y'all just killed this off. We got to give y'all the credit for what y'all just did.
I felt bad for Scotty Scheffler. I'm like, you went to a bad game. Boring game 1 before the Colonial today.
And then you went to the craziest third period we've seen in a long time. Although I feel like I've said that about at least one period in every single Stars series so far.
Yeah.
Are you still going to put this behind Miko Game 7 for this run?
Yes.
Or do you think this one can vault to 1?
Yeah, because of the importance of it, who it was against, Game 7 situation. You were down that much, and the one guy did it. The one guy.
Like,
was
we should
like,
not be
"I got
playing
this."
right now. We shouldn't even be playing.
See, and I'm with you, but I think the great thing is, too, you're starting to collect that group of moments that at the end you're like, okay, well, don't forget about the third period of Game 1 of Western Conference. Oh, my God, you're right.
Bochy yesterday was talking about that Matt Cain perfect game. He was like, nothing brings the guys together like that kind of moment. Late in the game, everybody's pulling for each other. When you know you can hang your hat on something like that, you start feeling like
talk about the bullpen.
It's inevitable. You start feeling like, hey, man, we know what we are. And Kevin, I've been saying this all since Colorado. Third period is where the Stars, they've leaned on you all game. They're heavy. They're beating you up. And then third period, they turn it on.
Has been really good in the third
I think they only had 4 comeback wins this year. In third period comeback wins this year. And they got 4 in the playoffs already.
Wow. They matched it. Thank you, boys.
See ya.
KNC Masterpiece could be 1 hour.
You don't need to know what's coming up on our show. Is that not what we're doing right now?
9:40, I think. We'll talk to you.
Okay.
I think we'll talk to you again, possibly. What are they saying in Edmonton? Here are the Oiler fans on Twitter. We have a couple of elite superstars. Dallas has the more complete team. That's the matchup and the challenge. Whether McDavid and Draisaitl can perform enough magic to win out over a deeper Dallas team. That's kind of what we said yesterday. Oilers' weakness is their goalies. Fact, said that long time ago. It starts with the other team getting a little jump in their game. Once that energy rose, it was all she wrote. Skinner. The Oilers are not a sound team. Bonehead penalties from Perry and Kane sit them down. Dumb penalties, including great acting by Duchesne and weak goaltending. So that is the reaction coming from Edmonton after last night's stunner.
We are following the path of winning a title in Dallas because Texas was struggling heading into the postseason 23. Mavericks were struggling in 2011 heading into the postseason. They lost those back-to-back against the Blazers. Even the last Super Bowl, the Cowboys won. That was at the end of the season. They lost in Philly on that load left play, and everybody was like, you need to fire Switzer now before the playoffs. So this guarantees a title, basically.
All right. Are we about to change the college football playoff already? Some news is coming in. Choppy has it for you in the red zone for your football fix next on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it cinnamon still?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats a Lola feed product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It's the Red Zone, also known as your football fix, here every day at 9:20 with Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. In case you did not know, the Tush Push is here to stay. They came up 2 votes short, and the Cowboys were one of the teams who tried to get it out. The Cowboys are going to be featured during the in-season portion of Hard Knocks. Off-season, it's the Buffalo Bills. A little disappointed in that.
Yeah, I'm not disappointed. It's like, I don't know. They could have San Fran. San Fran would have been, I think, interesting with the Purdy contract and, Shanahan and kind of like a retooling. I think Atlanta would have been interesting with Kirk. What are they doing with Kirk? How awkward is that?
Well, isn't he's on quarterback, isn't he? Isn't he on quarterback again? Kirk? So, I think we're going to get the behind the scenes on that.
I know Burrow is.
So, the Bills won. Obviously, there's the stress.
I don't even know the qualifications anymore to be on Hard Knocks.
So they changed it a little bit. So now I guess if you are a first-year coach, you can be on it now.
Yeah, they widened the scope.
They widened it a little bit. So,
well, in season, it's going to be the entire NFC East. I'm not thrilled if I'm the Giants having to participate in a form of this again, but Cowboys in season will go inside the walls with Brian Schottenheimer and George Pickens.
How much is the Giants one just going to focus on the bromance of Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo and look at these young
100%
kids?
of it.
That's going to be the focus.
Choppy will love it, and Bobby will puke over it. We got some college kegger to throw your way as well.
All right, so Ross Dellinger reports that the CFP executives are going to adopt a straight seeding model for this season for college football. So, last year, you had teams like Texas taking on their first-round game was against Clemson, and then you had Oregon, and obviously Texas, whose next game was then against Arizona State. Meanwhile, you had Oregon, the number 1 team in the nation. Their first game was against the 8-9, which was Ohio State versus Tennessee, and obviously it was Ohio State, and Ohio State just ran through everybody. So it was like they say a little unfair. So they're going to adopt, according to Ross Dellinger, they're going to adopt a straight seeding model. So last year, the 4 byes would have been Oregon, Georgia, Texas would have been the 3 seed, and then Penn State the 4. So Texas actually would have made out better last year in the previous model because they got Clemson and then they got Arizona State. This year, their first game would have been against Ohio State. Ohio State would have been the 6th seed. So it would have been Indiana, Boise as the 8, winner plays Oregon. It would have been Tennessee, SMU, 7-10, winner plays Georgia. Ohio State, Arizona State, 6-11, winner plays Texas. And then Notre Dame, Clemson, winner plays Penn State. That's how it would have been.
It was not a great structure. As a Texas fan, it was awesome.
Right.
I loved it because you got the home game at DKR, then you got to play Arizona State in the next round because of the way the setup was. Oregon and Georgia were the top 2 seeds. Oregon and Georgia lost to the eventual teams that went to the national title. Like, that's how the structure was. Their bracket was your very first game is against the 2 teams that ultimately went to the national title. So they had to take Notre Dame and Ohio State right out of the gate. Texas conceivably could have gotten a run of, we beat Clemson, then we get Arizona State, then we get potentially somebody like Tennessee or Ohio State finally in that round, and then they would have gotten set up to play Notre Dame in the title. Whereas Oregon would have had to have gone through Ohio State, Texas, and then potentially taking on Georgia, or in the case that ended up, Notre Dame.
So it is a more fair setup this way. Obviously, nothing's perfectly fair because schedules are different and conferences are different, and they're going to seed teams accordingly. But, you're still going to get your automatic qualifiers, so you're still going to get the ACC, Big 12, Big 10, SEC, and then Group of 5. You're still going to get those 5 in, and then obviously Notre Dame is a part of this too, but you're going to seed them more accordingly. And, so in this situation, Indiana would have had a home game. Notre Dame would have had a home game. Ohio State would have had a home game. And Tennessee would have had a home game. That's how it would have worked this past year.
I still think the biggest benefit, if you've earned not only the buys, I still think the biggest benefit is make those the campus games. I get for structure why they don't want to go bowl game and then to campus games and then back to the... But still, the greatest benefit of finishing the top 4 should be you should get a insane... Oregon should have been able to play in Eugene.
Nasty. That'd have been nasty. That'd have been crazy.
And that would have made a difference, I think. Now, they got handled by Ohio State in that game. But, it made a difference during the season, playing in Eugene and beating Ohio State.
Yeah, now, Arizona State, I don't know what their home field advantage is like.
It's not very good. Just kind of a crappy school.
I don't know what it's like. So, that's good. That's good. So, it looks like, according to Ross Dellinger, that they're going to move on from that. Now, moving on. College football kegger. Lincoln Riley. He is gutless. He is gutless. Man. So we all know why he went to USC and left Oklahoma.
Scared of the SEC.
He got brisket there.
Was that?
Don't have to cook brisket.
That's right.
There.
Yeah, or you could cook bad brisket there and hide it. Nobody knows. Yeah. So he left because he didn't want any part of the SEC. He got word they were going to the SEC. So he's like, I'm out. He goes to USC. Well, now USC is in the Big Ten. And Lincoln Riley, so Notre Dame and USC have played every year since 1925, except 2020, because that was a COVID year, and during World War II, because they didn't have players, because their players were fighting in the war, right?
They're playing for America.
They're playing for America. Every other year, USC and Notre Dame have played. And Lincoln's like, we're in the Big Ten now. We play Ohio State. We don't really want to play Notre Dame anymore. And kudos to Notre Dame. Marcus Freeman's like, you know what? You don't want to play us? We're going to go play Wisconsin. They're playing Wisconsin in Lambeau. So they're not going to replace. And Notre Dame gets a lot of flack because they play
not with Marcus there.
Not with Marcus. Over the years, they played the Sisters of the Poor.
Oh, I thought he was a good-looking man. I thought you were going to say that.
And now with Marcus, it's like, you know what? We want to play USC. Oh, okay. USC drops out. We're going to go play Wisconsin in Lambeau. It's going to be a cool environment. Lincoln Riley, the gutless wonder.
No one has taken more of a reputation hit, not only I think publicly, but in professional circles than Lincoln. He is not well liked.
What's the professional word?
I think NFL and college folks think that he is a massive pain to deal with, and that he's kind of an ego trip, and just like a little
nowhere close to Kingsbury. Two young, good-looking offensive gurus.
No, Kingsbury's reputation around the league is really, really strong. Of just like at college and pro, just like solid dude, works hard. Like, in fact, one of the things you hear consistently from people about Kingsbury is they're like, the pretty boy reputation is not like that's unfounded. The dude works really, really hard. Whereas Lincoln Riley, I think, is thought of as cutting corners, kind of a dictator with the way that he operates with people, whether it be, athletes or media or NFL teams that come in there and want to handle things. He is really, really difficult to deal with. I think the NFL teams that would have hired him a couple years ago would absolutely not touch him today, regardless of how he's performed.
Will you get a 5th year for college athletes?
My guy at Vanderbilt will.
So Diego, and this is the Diego Pavia rule. Now, it's not a rule yet. They're still trying to figure this out, but like in the short term, from what I've understood, they're not counting JUCO as a eligibility year this year. They're going to kind of reassess this. Well, there's a new lawsuit saying that because of this, if you go through the full 4 years of a Division I program and you decide to go to grad school because of NIL, and that will be your highest year of earnings, theoretically, can you get a 5th year? They're suing. There's a lawsuit on the books right now. And if you're going to allow JUCO to do that, their contention is, why would you not allow us?
Right.
This whole thing is getting screwed up because it's always been 4 years. It's always been 4 years of eligibility. And now you have like 5 to play 4. So I don't know what they're going to do here, Bobby, but like this completely changes. If they allow this, I mean, this changes everything.
I'll tell you what they're going to do. They're going to do whatever Nick Saban tells them to do. However Nick Saban wants to direct it from the sidelines, or not even the literal sidelines, because the coward had to quit because he was like, oh, this playing field's too even. I can't do this anymore. So until he gets that straightened out, until he gets college football back the exact Nick Saban way he wants, I don't know. So I guess we just got to wait for Nick Saban to weigh in and tell us what they're going to do about it.
I cannot keep track. I feel so sports stupid when it's red shirt sophomore and this and that, and all the terms, and keep it 26-year-old, 27-year-old.
Yeah.
I cannot keep track of it.
It's a lot. It's a lot to keep track of. But
I know Pavia, man, he knew he had to stay for the earning potential.
Oh, yeah.
Versus his NFL prospects.
No doubt.
And I'm telling you, it is a scene. I don't know what type of film production they're working on there with the Pavia family, but they're going to cash in on this if Vanderbilt has anywhere close to as good of a year.
We just got done, by the way. You remember Tyler Shuck, who just came in the draft? He just got done playing his 7 years in college.
Cam Rising retired from football at Utah. All right.
Yeah.
Cam Rising got to, he started at the University of Texas during the Obama administration.
What?
And he retired this year. He was going to.
I mean, he's 45 years old.
He could have got an 8th year of eligibility because of injuries and red shirts, a COVID year and everything. It's insane. North Carolina. Mac Brown with some fighting words about what's going on with Bill Belichick. This is on Sirius XM College Radio.
And in our last couple of years there, we were having to get parents with money. We were trying to get kids over a 3.0. Because that's who we could get. We signed 26 players at North Carolina, our next to last year, high school players, and didn't pay them a penny. So those kids, I felt guilty. We even had Omarion Hampton. He got offered $1 million plus to leave, and he stayed for $300,000. I told him he should leave because it was just crazy. As you were looking at those things, as far as North Carolina and Bill Belichick, now he's arguably the best coach ever. They've committed money to it. They've helped them with academics. They've lowered those standards some, so there's absolutely no reason that they shouldn't be successful. And
so he's saying they've lowered the standards.
Yeah, now you all dumb it down
for Bill.
Which they have, apparently. That's been some of the chatter out of there, so that they did lower the grade point average requirements.
Yeah, look, I mean,
do you go in there as a college coach and say, one of my must-haves is you got to lower the
lower the standard. Yeah, I mean, now, like Notre Dame.
Imagine saying that, how dirty that would feel as a teacher.
Right.
You know, supposed to be building up, but you go in and you go, I'm not saying Bill did this. I'm just asking, do they do it? And would you do it? And you go, you need to dumb this down a little bit.
Yeah.
I need some more dummies around here.
So Stanford and Notre Dame
That's Ollie's favorite word now, dummy. I taught him.
Stanford and Notre Dame
Bruh's a dummy.
Operate in they operate in that space pretty well, where it's like, we have our standards and we're kind of keeping our standards. The problem for North Carolina is they're not Notre Dame. Notre Dame gets kids who if they want to go there.
North Carolina's a pretty good school, though.
Oh no! It's a great academic school. I'm saying the football program doesn't have the cachet. Like Notre Dame's at the Carolina basketball program does.
Yeah,
Duke same way, right? They do a good job of that. But like if you're these schools right now, because of NIL, they got to make a decision. Like, what do you want to be? Like, just admit that you're a football factory on the field. Have your academic standards separate. It's not about school anymore.
Bill announced we're a football factory.
Yes, the moment you're paying these kids $2, $4, $5 million a year, like the quarterback at Duke is making $4 million a year or whatever. Like, he's not there to play school.
You're right. It would be a tough pitch to go in there and say, like, oh, can we just lower this? Can I get some? So what's the pitch got to be? Does Bill got to walk in there and go like, I want to help these at-risk students. They really need structure, guidance, football. Like, I think their grade point average is going to slip if you don't let them play football.
Well, one more thing about Bill.
Get him on that Highland Park soccer team.
There is a report out there that his ex, Linda Holiday, and Jordan Hudson got into it at a Christmas party or whatever.
Nice.
But something else stood out.
Play a cat fight sound.
Something else stood out is that there was this little notation that Bill's ex lives in a house he purchased for her in 2024. He was dating Jordan at the time. But this is her house now. It's like she lives in Bill's house.
Yeah.
Purchased in 2024.
Linda, this is some pageant fight stuff. Linda Holiday, Belichick's ex, her two daughters DJ'd this big event in Nantucket. I got to go to Nantucket one day and just see what this is like. Have you ever been?
I've been to Block Island, which is like kind of the same thing. It's just on the Rhode Island side. It's fun.
Is it?
Yeah, it's great.
And
it's quaint.
Jordan shows up because she's like, I wanted to come to the big event. Like, and Linda's like, you got some balls showing up here at my family's event, and then had her escorted out. And she goes like, Mama Bear took over.
It is undefeated.
Some balls of this girl.
It is undefeated, and it is bringing down Bill's legacy.
And he's letting it.
Unless he dominates. I'm rooting for him now. I'm back to rooting for him.
For it big time.
Right?
Yep.
All right, there it is. Little Red Zone college football edition on Sean and RJ with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. We continue to celebrate the stunner at the AAC with the KNC masterpiece. Next, crosstalk right here on The Fan. But order barbecue your way.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Those were babes.
Saffron Squad?
No,
in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Quickly, Ranson and shot comes to Duchesne and a wide open goal, and they score!
Our boy Sean McDonough on the call as the Dallas Stars, which we discussed with the KNC Masterpiece, pulled the stunner last night at the AAC, 6-3 with 5 in the third. More heartbreaking loss we were debating earlier. The Knicks or the Oilers?
It's the Knicks for sure. The Oilers were only ahead by 2 goals. Like, the Knicks were ahead by 14 points with 2.5 minutes left to go.
But, like, really controlling the Stars, right?
You're right.
Were you... And I probably agree with you.
I was very concerned.
But how much were you rethinking? What was your original
I
series
said Edmonton
prediction?
in 6.
Okay, well then you were not rethinking last night.
Okay, see, I hate when people do that. And they say that all the time. Okay, let's say I would have picked the Stars to win.
But you know your power.
What difference does that make?
You know your power.
Well,
you
guess what?
changed the outcome on 4 different games.
Maybe I did it on purpose because I picked Winnipeg in Game 6 and they lost.
But you didn't do that in a tease.
His power is speaking his truth. Whatever he feels inside.
Okay.
But you had to be feeling good about the prediction.
But I look, you're right, but I said a million times I would much rather be wrong. But
I
you
know.
look at
We don't need to do all that fake Homer radio crap.
You look at the first
Say
2
what you think is
periods,
gonna happen.
and I was like, oh no. Like, this is what I was afraid of. This is the Edmonton team that had won 8 of 9, and the only game they lost in the playoffs, well, besides the first 2, was when they gave up a goal with 0.4 seconds left. I was like, this is the juggernaut team that I saw on the other side of the bracket, and I was like, good night, they're good.
Yeah.
What was the stat, Bobby, you gave the other day? The Stars haven't won in less than 6 since...
Oh, yeah. 22 out of their last 23 playoff series have gone at least 6 games.
Is that right?
That's insane. It was 08, something like that.
They just don't...
Yeah, it was like the last one was like, I think it was 05.
It's probably like the
My mom was
Turco
alive the
years.
last time this streak was
But
consistently
just
there.
think about how crazy that is. So one time in 23 series, Carolina won both of their series 4-1. So they surpassed that in 2 series and then got their doors blown off in game 1.
And will continue to get their doors blown
I think
off.
you're probably right about that.
Does the game 2 winner syndrome hit the Stars? Like, NBA lessons teach us that the Knicks are just going to dominate game 2
right,
because of what happened last night, and you're satisfied you got one on the road. I wonder what the complacency level will be for tomorrow night at the AAC.
We've seen them be complacent multiple times in the Colorado series and the Winnipeg series where they have a really great game and then they come out and get smoked 4-0. And you're like, you watching them, they look like 2 different teams, right? You're like, that other team was fast and hitting and all this, and this team looks like it just showed up tonight and is going through the motions. In my mind, because I'm a conspiracy theorist, I'm always like, oh yeah, DeBoer obviously said go 75% tonight, guys. We'll get them on the next game. Like, that's how my mind works, but it's not real. But I think as Brian Ware was telling us yesterday, the fact that DeBoer has line change advantage continues to be a thing that he can manipulate so that he has his guys out on the ice to take advantage of whatever Draisaitl and McDavid are trying to bring. By the way, I forgot how much I hated hearing Draisaitl's name last year.
I like it.
Oh, stop it, Bob.
I think it kind of rolls off the tongue. By the way, you realize
so
last
annoying.
night that 6-3 game, I think that now brings them to, even though they're 9-5 in the playoffs, Dallas is now -1 on their goal differential.
Yeah, because when they lose,
overall postseason.
Yeah, because when they get beat, they lose 4-0, and then they're winning games like 3-2.
But that's why, point differential to me can be very misleading a lot of times. Because I don't feel like the Stars have gotten lucky throughout the postseason.
No, not at all. Look, and you've seen a couple of those games, like you mentioned, the 4-0 games, where it did kind of feel like it got packed in at 2-0, and you're like, I'm good.
Yeah, and differentials are usually not good to look at in like the little small sample sizes.
Yeah.
Over the course of like
a regular
half a
season
season or something, it's usually pretty indicative.
Go ahead. It was interesting that you were talking about the Pacers. The Knicks did the exact opposite of the Boston series. Like, when they were just getting worked, and then they had their incredible comeback and then won the game. And then to see them on the opposite side was wild.
Your interruption was actually a perfect segue.
Yes! Halliburton driving. He's in the lane. He nearly lost it. He backs up and unloads a 3. Oh! That did not happen! It hit the back of the rim. It popped high into the air. And it dropped gently through the net.
tremendous. I didn't love that call, but the end of it was tremendous.
Cantley through the.
Did you watch this live?
Yes, but no, I'm sorry. I watched the overtime live. I did not see the shot, and I was watching the Stars game with Brandon, and I was like, hey, and I think Tyrese Halliburton just hit a three-pointer at the buzzer to win the game. And he looked it up, and he goes, oh, man, looks like it. And he goes, oh, it says it's tied. And so we didn't get to watch through, like, the replay and everything, and then that meant overtime was starting, so we immediately went over to overtime.
Yeah, I got the notification. I can't remember what the notification said. It was something crazy, like, about the Halliburton shot.
And I know that that's the shot that people are talking about. That game was still there for the Knicks taking in overtime. Absolutely. They had the advantage multiple times, and their defense on that last bucket was terrible.
Oh, well, I was wondering, were they trying to allow a quick bucket so they would have a chance for a three? I don't know.
I don't think so.
They had to foul.
Because I thought they brought in a defensive replacement, and then they just had miscommunication because that path to the basket was way too easy.
Who are you guys rooting for in both series?
I'm rooting
Rangers over the Yankees.
Yeah.
Stars.
We've already lost that one.
Yeah, crap.
Florida.
I'm rooting for the Knicks.
Ugh.
I like Jalen Brunson.
I'm rooting for Brunson.
Yeah.
I love Jalen Brunson. I don't want Knicks fans. I'm at a point right now where I just don't want Knicks fans to be
Guys,
happy.
I agree with you.
You have not seen insufferable until you see Knicks fans.
Worse than Boston?
Just imagine
they
what
make
Cowboys
Boston.
fans would
You
be
would
like.
rather. I would rather
less
sit.
racial taunts, but more trash being thrown.
I would rather sit.
Give me the breakdown like it's Mesquite Garland, like Bobby breaks it down.
Okay, all right.
Oh, that's still sad.
Me and Kevin's hoods.
Listen, I would rather sit on a
Boston, Philly, New York. The fans.
most insufferable.
Yeah. New York's the worst?
It depends on which team.
All right.
Like Knick fans, because they never win. They never win. They would be the absolute most insufferable. Without
I thought it was Nets, Mets, Yankees, Knicks, Rangers.
Nets are not part of it.
Islanders, Mets, Jets.
Everyone's a Knick fan. Mets and Yankee fans are all Knick fans.
Okay.
Like the Nets have nothing. At least back because they used to be Jersey. They're like the Devils. They have no fans. Everyone's a Knick fan. So you're getting the worst of both.
Except for Putty.
You get the worst of both. You get the worst of I know, good. You get the worst of the Yankee fans and the worst of the Met fans as a Knick fan. And it's just they're just insufferable. And they never win. You know, at least the Yankees win. So it's like they kind of have they understand. Knick fans they've never tasted success. I would much rather sit between two Boston fans on a flight to Australia, a place I would never go ever.
Why are you against Australia?
It's too far.
Okay.
You'll be part of my world. Get off your island and push it closer. Like, that's what you got to do. Sharks and everything.
He won't even go to Outback.
I don't care.
He won't even eat a blooming onion.
I don't like a blooming onion.
What? You don't like onion rings?
Nah, I'm not a fan.
Oh, my God.
Pacers Thunder is going to be one of the least watched NBA finals.
Yeah, it will be the Rangers Diamondbacks.
Basically, yeah.
Who are you rooting for in the West, each of you? Oh, did you pick your East team that you want?
Yeah, I'm rooting for Brunson. But this Tyrese Halliburton story about how hated he is by everybody is kind of making me pull for him a little bit.
Same.
I can see that. I'm rooting for the Timberwolves as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Viewership for Game 1 of the West Finals was down 24% from last year. Excluding the COVID playoffs, the least watched conference finals opener since, oh my God, who played in 2013 in the West?
In the West.
Good job. Can you remember against
Spurs Thunder?
No.
Heat?
Grizzlies.
West.
Oh, sorry. No.
Who said Grizzlies?
Ross.
This guy.
How do you know so much history?
You kind of hope that was wrong the way you
Just
celebrated.
No.
Love to study it.
Yeah, he pulled the Halliburton of producer comments right there.
I like
Celebrate
it.
too early. It was Grizzlies Spurs in 2013.
Was that the Grindhouse?
24% drop
Zebo.
for Game 1 in the West. Corey, what's coming up?
Man, it's a good question, Sean.
You don't know.
Potentially 1 hour of radio.
Precipitation.
Potentially
4.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, we're going to talk about the Stars game last night.
So how are you balancing this rain delay versus the TV production having to take over? Do they have to go? Don't they have to go on TV anyway?
It's interesting. We were told that if it gets into network, then it's them from there on. So once it's in network, it's them. But we're also asked to stick around.
So the TV side may run pickleball until They actually know what's happening. They're not going to go on and have to carry it long term.
Yeah, we don't know. It's just a fingers crossed kind of situation.
So tune in at 11 to see what happens.
Or 10.
Or 12.
We'll be on at 10 for sure.
Yeah, that's going to happen, and we'll talk Stars. And you asked which one was more heartbreaking. What about that Rangers game? That Rangers game was pretty heartbreaking last night.
Expected, though.
How much show have you actually prepared for?
We're ready for
The
4
first
hours
segment.
if need be.
Oh, yeah.
There might not be a structured run sheet, but all the topics are ready to go. We'll figure it out as we go.
Are you throwing the Rangers into the heartbreak loss rankings last night, or they're clearly third?
See, I think I'm just angrier about that than I am like heartbroken.
Yeah, Bobby was pretty angry last night on our text.
I'm angry.
It's the third time in
Puke
5
Jackson. That's what we're calling him.
Look, they're 1-10. Him, Martin, and Garcia are 1-10 this season.
It's not good. That's not good at all.
Not in save opportunities, but wins. That's their record.
I don't know why. Like, we give, and deservedly so, we give Chris Young such credit for like the foresight and like, I need all these contingencies and I want to make all these acquisitions. And yet they went into this season going like, let's have a 6 ERA guy be our closer. That's a good idea.
You know, the one thing they made their bullpen was the floor higher, but they didn't get a lockdown closer. Like that's the difference.
I mean, they didn't just not get a lockdown closer. They got a black hole that they're putting out.
They don't have a spot. They don't have a dude, and they threw Luke Jackson out there. And before the season, we were like, I don't trust him.
But you know what? To be fair, with
and he
these
started off hot, and then he has turned back into a pumpkin.
What was Kirby Yates before they got him ERA wise?
He had it was the injury season too that he was dealing with a little bit there.
So, he had a 5.14 in 2022, a 3.28 in Atlanta before. So.
And peripherals were a lot better on him.
Yeah, but you're thinking that the Rangers were kind of thinking, hey, maybe I can.
Like Cowboys
A
at
lot of
running
teams
back.
try that.
Yeah.
A lot of teams try. Some teams are just good at finding relievers.
Yeah.
Like some teams are just really, really good at it. Some teams just can't do it. Rangers have been really good.
The plug-in starter.
As finding the plug-in starter. They've been really good at that. It's just they haven't been able to, or at least not right now, figure out their bullpen.
But it's a guy. Usually, it's a guy that they're when they go and get the plug-in starter. Something. It's like there's a history there.
Lance Lynn,
like I'm as
Gibson
good
didn't
once
have
as
a
I've ever
great
been.
history.
Yeah, but I mean, like Kyle Gibson had like shown like the ability. Luke Jackson has literally just been a bad reliever for a decade.
That's true.
And you went, let's have him close games.
Come say what's up to us. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, we had nobody who had any save experience for real. Let's talk about the Firehouse.
Yes, well, very well done, Kevin. Although you could have just been looking at my phone as I'm reading this. Firehouse tour continues tomorrow in Mansfield.
3100 East Broad Street. We'll have T-shirts
Firehouse
and breakfast.
3.
What about Woman's Field?
We'll talk
Coming
to
up
them.
next.
The
We'll talk
further
to
north
them.
we go.
Go ahead, hit it, Ross.
Let's keep it real.
Eats has low-fat product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We might be on for 1 hour. We might be on for 4 hours and anywhere in between. No time to waste, probably. So let's
talk faster.
Get right to it. I will try to talk faster. We'll try to cram in multiple segments inside each segment. Let's start with cut number 1 and celebrate them Dallas Stars.
Klingberg for Draisaitl. Lost the handle. It might be a breakaway. Tyler Seguin in alone. He scores!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I didn't introduce you guys.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel bad about that. We've got, Corey Majors. Oh, yeah. We've got the famous Alec Medford. And gentlemen, we got a Stars victory. How the heck are you feeling this morning?
Dude, that was an awesome night. It was brutal to start the evening. Because that power play just set you in oh no. And when Draisaitl scores, you could see in his face, it was just like last year, baby. We got these guys.
I definitely projected that onto him.
And I was like, oh man, if that's the way that this is going to be a very tough night. And it just kind of continued to feel that way. The Seguin goal was nice, but it was definitely the power play going into the third period that I was like, okay, if we can just come out of this thing with a goal. They did it. They just did it against the Jets. The Winter Pigs didn't stand a chance in overtime. Stars have they burn off 14 seconds in that first one,
right.
And they go into the overtime and they get a goal to win the game. Harley puts one away. When I saw that, they burned off about 37 seconds, and I was like, okay, same thing. You go into the third period, you get one. Now you're only down by one. And like I know that sounds so simple, but you get one right out of the gate. You have the rest of the period to score another one. Well, that's when the quicksand happened, dude. And that's when it got very sloggy on the ice for the Oilers. They didn't know how to respond to that.
I really wish I could tell you, and Alec, I don't know where you fall on this. I really wish I could tell you that I had that same sense of optimism going into the third period, but I just felt like it was 3-1. It definitely could have been 4-1, perhaps 5-1. It felt like that wasn't our game. You know, like I looked at yesterday and I was like, all right, so back to the way it used to be, and we're going to lose game one. That's how I was feeling going into the third period.
Yeah, I was kind of like, well, we've been here before, haven't we? You know, kind of demoralized after game one, going to bed with a loss and thinking, well, you know, they'll find a way. They always find a way. So going into that third period, it was kind of odd. I was like, do I go to bed and try to, you know, get some extra sleep? Because it feels like this one's over. But then, I don't know, it might have been the first power play that they went on there towards the end of the game where I was like, I'm going to give this a shot. I'm going to see what happens here. And I'm very glad I did.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. And I was having a conversation with somebody before the show about this. The third period felt like the most amazing period of hockey that I've seen in a long time. But I've felt that way about at least one period of hockey in every single series so far.
Yep.
You go back to, obviously, the Colorado series, definitely just saw it in the Winnipeg series. And now to start it off in the Colorado series, that's 3 different times that every time I'm like, man, this is the craziest thing I've seen. And I was like, oh, yeah, except for the last series.
So do you think the Stars slow play? Or
I do not.
Like, I think that there is something to be said for adjustments in game.
Yes.
And I think that I don't think it's slow play, but I think it is patience. The Stars are like, all right, we're going to play this game. This is our game plan to start. We're going to see what they're doing against us. Once we see that, then we're going to figure out what the loopholes are. We're going to expose them. And the Stars did that last night. They said the power play is where we can expose this team. And they got fortunate that the calls were made. But, man, their special teams last night was on freaking point.
I agree. They also got fortunate that, hey, Edmonton, I hope you don't learn this lesson, but your stick can only go so high. And it definitely can't go into somebody else's face.
Yeah, don't. Well, and we learned that last series.
I feel like
we had 15 of them in one game or something.
I feel like hopefully we would have known that, but apparently I don't know if Edmonton has never heard of that rule. It's not a particularly new rule or anything like that, but at least 2 of those 3 power plays, probably all 3 felt very well earned, or, you know, they felt very foolish from Edmonton. And the fact that you converted on all 3 of them is bananas. You go back to last year just to show how different it is. We talked a lot going into the series about confidence in your special teams. And yes, I do realize that Edmonton also scored a power play goal when every time Draisaitl was on the ice, they scored a goal, and it was really agitating.
In their loss.
But last year in this series, 0 for 14 on the power play. 0 for 14. And then when you saw their first power play last night, you're like, no, yeah, I get it. Mm-hmm. I remember why we went 0 for 14 last year. And then the third period is a barrage of power play scoring like we've never seen in the history of hockey.
Yeah, and Kevin, it was the Duchesne goal that really made me believe that this thing is in the Stars' favor. This is a team that delivers when called upon. Whenever it's time, whenever they really need something. And I say this because that last night was, hey, we need the second, third lines to show up. We need somebody else other than line 1 to show up and do something. Granted, Granlund goes out there and gives you a goal. What a freaking goal, by the way.
Yeah.
Is this dude, does he ever look at the net whenever he's shooting anymore? Or is he just like, no, I don't need to.
Exactly.
Because I know where it is. The rest of the team from all over the roster gave you something. And that was, we needed that to not only prove to themselves, they need that confidence for one. But Brian Ray was talking about it yesterday. Duchesne's this close to cracking it open.
Yeah.
He's hitting crossbars. Granted, Edmonton hit some crossbars last night, too.
Yes,
Dude,
they did.
there were some close moments that went in the Stars' favor last night.
Did.
But Duchesne needed that. And after the game, when he was like, hey, maybe next time I won't hit my player in the ass before I put it in the goal.
By the way, good for him, for Rope for getting an assist on that.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. Now, I realize
he bounced it off his butt?
I don't think it's just because of that. He was important in the play before that. But
when he fell down, Kevin, my first thought was, he's going to block this shot.
And he did. He blocked an empty net. And then Duchesne got another shot at it. And in the aftermath, he was like, oh, man, I'm going to blow this. And I was like, I would shoot the puck into my teammate instead of the empty net. But then they got it again and scored. I thought for sure that was not going to be a goal.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But that's the moment, though, Kevin, that I was like, this team won't let me down. You know, the Rangers, when they beat the Astros in the ALCS, the day that Adolis hit his grand slam and all, I was like, this team's not going to let me down. I don't have to worry about it in the World Series.
Yeah.
Because this team knows when the moment is big, they're ready for it. Adolis was ready to be in those moments. This team right now, you have Mikko, who's he's ready for the moment at any time. But now you know the rest of the dudes are there. And the fact that Tyler Seguin, man, give this dude some love for his playoff run so far has been special. And I'm not saying like, oh my gosh, he's just been the work he does in corners, the work he does to get the puck out of their own zone. He's doing all these other things, and then he got rewarded last night with a couple goals.
The other person I'm really excited about, but you're absolutely 100% right about Tyler Seguin, especially last night, is Sam Steele. Like, if you want to talk about, obviously, we all go back to, maybe that could have been a penalty shot or whatever. But, like, you look at the contributions of Sam Steele on the penalty kill, and you got to be stoked for that. Obviously, he assisted on that Seguin goal. It was the last contested goal.
It was the fifth one, yeah.
Yeah. And so then they were like, the hell with it. Just pull the goalie. He sucks anyway. And so they pulled him with like 3.5 minutes left. And they're like, well, you know what? You're not stopping anything anyway.
It was a little deflection, but Sam Steele, he hit it hard.
Yeah.
And he skated it right across the middle. And they don't know what to think of Sam Steele.
Yes.
Do we break off and defend who he's going to pass it to, or what's he going to do? And this is a really good thing to have on that version of your line right now.
From the 972, it was electric in section 318 last night. Man, I'm glad to hear you say that because you can tell. Like, it feels electric in that arena, especially when things start to turn. I know that the crowd can get shut down just like any opposing crowd can if you fall behind. I wanted to go back to the goaltenders for just a minute.
Otter's better.
I mean, if you didn't believe that already, let's talk about it. And props to Brian Ray for this specific breakout stat. Jake Ottinger, save percentage in the third period in overtime. 947. That is
in the playoffs?
In the playoffs. That is best in the playoffs. Stuart Skinner, 850.
Ugh.
That is 16th. Now, I realize Edmonton has played multiple goalies, but that is 16th. So you're talking about you're like right at the bottom.
Yeah.
And almost 100 points behind Ottinger in the third period in overtime. So when we talked about, and I know we'll discuss this more tomorrow, when we talked about any potential letdowns for Friday's game, what I would really love to see is even if they're kind of garbage shots, I would really love to see the Stars pepper Skinner early and just be like, what do you got? What do you got? What do you got?
Yeah, on Otter's front, his coach, his teammates, national media, they all say the same thing. And DeBoer said this a couple weeks ago. It's not the amount of saves. It's not the save percentage number. It's win. Fair. And in the third period, Kevin, when you need him the most, he's making those big time saves.
Yeah.
Where he's leaping across in front of the goal to stop one. Like, you got those moments, but the rest of the country is saying the same thing about him, and that is whenever it's time to shut the door, he completely does that. That he knows, all right, look, if I can keep it to 3, then we have a shot to win this game. Yeah. So all I have to do is make sure that I just don't let another one get by. And he has had that ability throughout these playoffs. Whenever the Stars have a chance to rally, he's had that ability to say, I'm going to do this. Now, also give the defenseman credit. The defensemen are doing a really good job of clearing space in front of him.
I agree.
They deserve a ton of credit for the work they're giving him because he needs to be able to see that puck. We talked about it with Marty yesterday, and sometimes you just don't know. And there was a goal yesterday where it was like, oh, man, there was a dude right in Marchment's goal. Marchment was standing in front of the goal on Miro's goal. He never saw that. Skinner never saw it. There were multiple times. Otter last night, because he knows what he can see, he's playing exceptional right now, and that whole defense is doing a really good job.
A couple other notes. I'm curious if the rest of the series will play out this way. I don't think I feel confident more than I have the last two series. You're not going to get out physicaled by Edmonton. Not to say that Edmonton can't be physical. I just don't think you're going to be like overmatched physically. Now you have the potential if you move into the Stanley Cup final against Florida, and we have to have a different conversation. But for now, I don't think you're going to get consistently out physicaled, and you love the domination on the faceoffs last night.
Yes.
I hope that can continue.
The physical part. Did you love seeing the fight at the end of the game?
Yes.
Okay. Add to that. You think they're dropping gloves to start the next game? I know this is usually
that's a good
it's
question.
playoffs, let's save that for the regular season, but do you remember that Canada-USA start when it was just like 3 minutes in?
That was the best.
You already
thing
have
I'd ever
58
seen.
penalties.
Yeah.
They're just fighting each other because they're setting the tone.
Yeah.
You're sending the gyms out there and saying, go get something done. Shoresy, right there.
And it did kind of feel like, I mean, you could view it from both perspectives, right? That Edmonton is like, hey, let's start some crap because we just want to let you know we're not going down easily. And then from the Stars' perspective, I'm sure you could push it as, that's fine. We'll fight back because we're a different team.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, or maybe somebody just got mad and said somebody was a P or whatever, and then they just started punching each other. Like, I don't know for sure, but I could see how you could project it either way.
I can see Corey Perry wanting to teach the kid a lesson. You know, he's like, I'll show this kid. You know, I'm not going to let him punk me. The other thing, though, Kevin, is, and how do you like this, Alec, when you get the empty net goal and your coach is standing over there with his hands in his pocket like nothing happened? Because he wants to cheer and go nuts just like everybody else in that arena, but he's standing there just kind of looking at the scoreboard like, all right. Okay, yeah, all right, we did that.
Question then.
Like nothing happened, dude.
Alec, put your mind in the mind of Pete DeBoer. Is he thinking, stay calm, the players need you to stay calm? Or is he thinking, for the love of God, Pete, whatever you do, don't look over your shoulder in the first row. You know what's happening. So do I. Don't do it.
Yeah, he had a couple of motivating factors behind him, So, he was probably just saying, stay strong, stay strong. We're almost done with regulation, and then we can get away with actually turning around.
Exactly. It's tough, Corey. You have to look at the scoreboard because you got nowhere else to look.
Do not look over your shoulder.
Now, I don't know if we've kind of joked. The show's supposed to go to 11. The weather situation in New York is tenuous at best. So we'll see. But I wanted to go ahead and mention this real quick because I'm not sure if we'll have like an honest to goodness gridiron later. I'm sure you saw Indianapolis Colts owner and CEO Jim Irsay died at the age of 65. And it's so weird because like that feels so young for somebody to die. I know you go back like, I don't know, 100 years or whatever. And it's like, wow, he was so old. But like that seems so young. And I know he has had some, I think, health issues. He hasn't been out in public as much. Obviously, he's discussed and we've discussed all of the extra stress that he's put on his body with foreign substances over the years. But it's still very sad when you see that, and the player tributes came pouring in.
Yeah, that's the thing is, Kevin, our national exposure to Jim Irsay is unique in that we only see certain stories about him. And especially when those are very illicit stories. You see that you saw those about him. But to see these, T.Y. Hilton posts, some of these guys that really, they knew the man. Yeah. They knew the man personally, and they have different unique stories about him. So like that's been something nice to see. It is unfortunate for him to be gone so soon.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw Peyton Manning. I have to admit, because I got caught up with the basketball game and of course the hockey game last night, I'm sure Pat McAfee either did say something or will have plenty to say about that today. And so, yeah, very unfortunate news right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll stick with the Stars and probably another sport because it was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Next on The Fan.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The swing and a drive. That one's out of here. Wow. Bellinger with a majestic shot that makes its way about 8 rows up over the right field wall. For Bellinger, his 8th home run of the year, and the Yankees get back to within a run here at 3-2.
And unfortunately, they would go on to win that game 4-3. This Rangers discussion, kind of preview of the next game, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. This is the third game, I believe, in the last 5 that it felt like the Rangers had and they were going to win. And then, of course, they ended up losing, which sucks because you've lost 4 or 5 and you look at 3 of those and you're like, hold on. So we're 1-4 and we could have been 4-1 and we're 25-25 and could have been 28-22. Well, that's all neat, but none of that is reality.
Our entire lives, Kevin, we have spent begging for the Rangers to have good starting pitching. And now they have better than quality starting pitching.
Best I could ever imagine.
Best I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Maybe exceptional pitching for starting. And neither the lineup nor the bullpen can do their jobs well enough to make sure that those guys get a reward.
Yeah.
And that's frustrating considering what Jacob deGrom did last night. And I know he's got to be frustrated by it too. You know, like he's got to be frustrated and he's not going to show it because those guys are good teammates. But that's got to be one of those nights you walk away from and you're just like, we're not capable of doing what we need to do, and we still are missing something.
Yeah, and like we'll probably talk about the Stars in here too, but it does feel very much like it's the best of times. It was the worst of times because you took a game that it felt like in the Stars they were not going to win, at least if you just watched the first 2 periods. Even if you didn't know what the score was, I still feel like you'd have been like, oh, that other team is probably better. And then the Stars end up getting it. And then again, you're up 3-2, and you're like, we're going to pull this out. We're going to get this win. And then the tie in the 8th, and then it felt almost inevitable going into the 9th.
Shout out to Sam Haggerty. He is we brought him up just a little bit yesterday on the amount of hits he's gotten so far, and this is nice to see from him in center field. But also, man, Jake Berger, who's been torching since he got back up. This is great to see from him. He made some adjustments, and now the power's back, and also driving the ball into the gaps is back. So this is nice to see out of Jake Berger. If we could just get it to be contagious across the rest of the lineup, that would be nice. So
Jake Berger this month, and he'd only played 1 game this month before he got sent down and popped back up. 343 batting average, 1.036 on base percentage.
Okay.
And so, last night's game clearly helped a ton with that. But that is encouraging to see. But we go back to, you can't help but wonder, Robert Garcia, Chris Martin, and Luke Jackson. Their record this season, and sometimes I know it can be tough to have a really good record for a high leverage pitcher because you're usually only in there in like precarious situations.
Right.
But they're 1-10. Boch told us yesterday that they feel like they got maybe kind of lucky that Chris Martin, at least for now, doesn't look like it's a worse injury than I feared. When somebody throws 1 pitch and then they have to go out of the game, like I definitely am afraid, oh no, this was a really bad injury. But Boch said yesterday, it doesn't appear as though that's going to be the case, and he has obviously had to use Chris Martin quite a bit, but now we focus in on Luke Jackson. We can talk about Robert Garcia, of course, if you want as well. For Luke Jackson, it's getting tough, man.
To believe?
Yeah.
Yeah, this show didn't necessarily believe before the season.
Right.
And we had a couple of different texters that were like, man, I'm a Braves fan. You don't want that dude in high leverage. And I was like, okay. And so going into spring training, Kevin, we all kind of had our idea that Chris Martin was probably going to be your closer. Luke Jackson and Robert Garcia were going to be guys in between with your lefty-righty matchups in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. And then in spring training, Luke Jackson won the job. And we were all of us were very surprised that he won the job. But out of the spring training bunch, Maddox and Bochy felt like he did the best job in that time. Now, here's the thing about Bochy. Just because it starts away doesn't mean it's going to finish away. And the rest of the season, if the guy's not performing up to snuff, Bochy will move on and say it's not your time anymore. John Gray experienced that going into that World Series. So we've seen this enough to know that he's not just going to sit on it. He's going to give you every chance to prove it. And then when you fail too many times, he's going to take it away and find somebody else to do it that has the hot hand. So but you got to have the talent in the bullpen to have the hot hand too.
See, and that's the thing. So I took a lesson a couple of years ago from Derek Holland, and I was like, you know what? That's a good point. I'm going to try to reevaluate the way I look at things, because you can't always just look at the ERA for a relief pitcher, because there can be extenuating circumstances, and
especially with so few opportunities
exactly.
they have.
And so we're 3 weeks removed from Luke Jackson having like a low 3 ERA. So I decided to look at it from a different perspective. And I will admit, I selected a very specific cutoff line. So if you think that
cherry picking here,
I will admit a little bit, but I still think my takeaway is
representative.
Fair. The last 9 games, 5 times Luke Jackson has done his job and 4 times he has not. That is never, ever going to cut it.
It's not acceptable.
Except if you're a hitter, actually, and then you'd be one of the greatest hitters of all time. But like, you get what I'm saying in at-bats. But in this situation, so you go back to the blown save in the game against the A's. Now I know we're going back like almost a month, all right? But you look at that, he got lit up again against the A's. He could not get them off the field in the Houston game, and then obviously what happened last night. So that's 4 times in the last 9 appearances where he fundamentally has not gotten his job done. So I'm going to skip ex-Woba. I'm going to skip all this. I'm going to skip all that. I'm going to be like, let's just look at it. 9 appearances. You got the job done 5 times.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
No, absolutely, that is not good enough.
And this is what we were talking about during Crosstalk is, Jared, I think, spoke of this the other day. The Rangers in the offseason did raise the level of the floor for their bullpen, but didn't get a lockdown closer.
Yep.
Like, that's the one thing. So you're thinking to yourself, hey, my bullpen is actually more capable than it's been because the rest of these guys are really good, but I need the one guy. Maybe one of these dudes will show up and will be the dominant one. Maybe you'll have a Spores type moment, where a guy just goes on fire for just a little bit. Leclerc for a while, had turned it on and become really good. But at the moment, that's not the case. So the Rangers have a couple choices here, Kevin, because do we need to go get a closer or do we need to go get a bat?
Okay, so I would love to answer that question for you, but wouldn't you much rather get the answer from Bochy?
Of course.
Now, the question was not specifically the way you phrased it.
All right.
Tell me if this does not sound like it's answering your question. Quote, we had a couple of chances and we just didn't tack on. We get 3 home runs and they're all solos, but you play it close and things like this can happen, and they came back. What's happening is we're not getting a big hit. I hate to keep it simple, but that's what it is. We're going to have somebody come through, maybe give us a little margin for error. So again, I want to make it clear.
I'm right there.
The question was not phrased the way that Corey said it, but that
he gave you the answer.
Yeah, that sure does feel like your answer.
And he's right. Hey, what happened last night? Stars won 6-3.
Yes.
A little bit of pressure they put on them offensively. Now, defensively, they were great, but the pressure offensively created things. Last night, if you're sitting on a 6-1 lead and you're not leaving runners on base, you're probably feeling a lot more comfortable throwing these guys out there in these situations where they don't have to close. They just have to finish the game.
You know what? That actually, especially with the scores the way they were, that's an amazing point, because Tyler Seguin, his goal was that key hit that Boch is desperately talking about, right?
Yep.
Because then you pushed Edmonton to have to make a dramatic move. And look, I'm not questioning the strategy of pulling your goalie out with 3.5 minutes whatsoever. You're losing by 2 goals. You're hoping that you could...
They just poured on a whole crap load of goals that you were like, where did this come from?
Exactly. So you got to do something dramatic. But that's the problem, is very rarely do you get that dramatic hit for the Rangers. And instead, what happened in the Rangers game last night, you're up by 1 run, Aaron Judge comes to the plate, and then the discussion becomes, oh, do you go ahead and walk him? And then Boch was essentially like,
he told us yesterday.
Sure, we could have done that, but like now you're putting the winning runs on board, and instead he hit, and it cost you, and that tied the game because you didn't get that Tyler Seguin goal, all right? You didn't get the goal off another one of your teammates' butts to extend out the lead or get a lead. And that's, I think, going back to Boch's point, that's a major issue. But obviously, I will never question Bruce Bochy. He's forgotten more about baseball than I'll ever know. But I don't want the lack of hitting to cover up the lack of solid bullpen in the last month.
Oh, it has. It has.
And I don't like that.
It absolutely has covered it up, because you can still blame it on the runs.
Yeah.
Like, you can still blame it on that.
Because it was still 4-3.
And maybe Boch can sit back and look at it that way too, of, hey, look, if I just keep blaming the hitting, then I can try and get my bullpen guys confident again.
Yeah.
Getting hit in the hand, getting hit in the arm, or dealing with some of these injuries, not so fun. But Kevin, the fact that over the last month or so now that has not been good enough, but it's been so tight.
Yeah.
You're going, which one? Which one is it that balances out the most? And Bochy obviously would rather have a team that's slugging the crap out of the baseball and putting games out of
Because that's
out
what
of
this
reach.
team was built to be.
Put games out of reach completely, and I don't have to worry so much about how I'm using my bullpen. And quite honestly, I can start leaning a little on my starting pitching a little more and not have to use my bullpen so much.
Yeah. Now, we've talked about this goal a couple of times. Go ahead and give me cut number 5, because it looked like it was Sam Steele, but it's actually Tyler Seguin that made it happen.
4-3 lead. Here they come again. Steele with Seguin. Steele backhands and scores.
Now, I thought it was Steele on that one. Then you look back and
everybody did. Yeah.
Tyler Seguin made a masterful. It felt like if you were watching the basketball game last night with the Pacers and the Knicks, and we'll get to that, the rebound jam that you saw from the
Aaron
Pacers.
Gordon, yeah, okay,
It felt just like that, because it was up there and the Tyler Seguin, bam, goal. And that's one of the things that you did not see in the Rangers game, and they couldn't extend anything out. But we do give credit. I'm going to especially give credit to Tyler Seguin, because
he's everywhere.
I feel like I have been fair but tough on him at times the last couple of seasons.
Absolutely, it was deserved.
Yeah, and he
knew,
and I think he was phenomenal last night. He's really stepped up his game. And when we talk about people that you needed to step up, there are still other ones. I know that people are going to talk about whether it's Ben or Robo or whatever, but Tyler Seguin's done a great job. Duchesne was good yesterday as well.
And let's go ahead and have that conversation about Seguin real quick if we can.
Yeah.
How many times has he gone into the playoffs with an injury that you're just like, is it an excuse or is it real?
Doesn't it feel like all of them?
And it does feel like whenever you see him on the ice, you're like, I see that he's given what he's got.
Yeah.
But I also see that his body only has so much in it right now, and I wish there was more. Right now he looks healthy. And that's you see him on his forecheck, you see him in corners, you see him in the middle of the ice. The way that they like to circle the puck around, and they like to cycle it. They cycle that puck around right there on that circle, and then Seguin says, "Oh, I'm stepping in this. I'm stepping into the lane and picking off a pass here." And because he's healthy again, that's why he was able to scoot up the ice as quick as he was to get that finish. And then like I said, he's a smart guy. He's around the puck. He was the one that set up the Harley goal in Game 6 the other night.
That's what I was going to say.
All these things that he keeps doing, man, he's just in the right spot because he's a smart player and he is healthy right now.
Man, I know you said how annoying it is to hear his name, but Leon Draisaitl is a menace. I know he played for 20 minutes. In his first 8.5 minutes, he was part of all 3 Edmonton goals. And you're like, oh, I forgot how good, annoyingly good he is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, did you watch any hoops last night, and did the Knicks have a bigger collapse than the Oilers? Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are you, Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nothing made.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
To you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Chance for Dallas to take the lead. Duchesne dropped it back. Haskin moved it quickly. Ranson and shot. Comes to Duchesne and a wide open goal. And they score!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, I believe Duchesne has the best quote of the playoffs thus far, was talking about scoring the game winner, and he said, hopefully more of that to come and less of hitting my own teammate in the ass.
Did you hear Seguin at the very end of that too, though?
Oh, no.
Like right after he said ass, he goes, huh? Like that. And it was like he's kind of looking down, and as soon as he hears ass, he looks up like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that Duchesne just said that.
All right. Normally, this is the time where we would do baseball nuggets. And of course, as you know, baseball nuggets brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. But since we're going to feed into the Rangers game, doing a little bit different here from the 4-6-9. I watched some basketball and the Wings lost again, but Kevin did say expect them to lose. Now, they said expect them to lose because they're not good. I don't want to go all the way and say that. They've had some struggles early, but the Minnesota Lynx it looks like they're going to be one of the best teams in the league. They were the favorite. They are the favorite to win the title. So losing 2 of your 3 games to them is less bad than perhaps some of the other losses you might see along the way. But they are now 0-3.
Well, Kevin, I'm sure that the double doubles from Paige down the road will eventually break Caitlin Clark's double records.
You know what?
I know. It took me a minute to get there.
Maybe we should just throw that out there real quick. All right.
This is amazing.
We're gonna try to cram WNBA, MNBA, and hockey into this segment. All right. Caitlin Clark's done something.
Did you say MNBA?
That's right.
My MNBA.
I just don't want to confuse anybody in this moment. All right. So Caitlin Clark's done some incredible things, but we all as a society need to also admit that the records that she is breaking are not impressive. Okay?
The fact that she is breaking the records
is impressive
because nobody's ever done what she's doing.
Exactly. And the numbers that she's breaking, though, are not impressive.
Because of what we've seen in MNBA over their careers.
Correct. All right, Alec, in the history of the WNBA, Caitlin Clark now has the most 25-point plus 10-plus assist rebound games. Hey, that's a heck of a game, but not like an insane game that you would never see. How many do you think she has? She now has the most in WNBA history.
What was the stat line again specifically?
25 points, 10 rebounds.
Is it something like 5?
It was 5. She got her 6th.
Ooh.
And now she's the first player to ever do that. One more. I need to tell you one more, and then we'll probably try to move on, or maybe bring it up again later. 25 points, 10 assists, 5 rebounds, 5 3-pointers. Again, that's a heck of a night. I'm not trying to undercut what she's done because she's played, you know how many WNBA games she's played? 43. And she set all these all-time league records. You know how many the record is?
3.
It's 2. Caitlin Clark, that's the new record. The old record was 1. Caitlin Clark became the first player in the history of the WNBA to have multiple games with 25, 10, 5, and 5 3-pointers.
Wow. So who else, though?
That one, there was a whole bunch of ones, but also she has the most 20-10 games ever, 20 points, 10 assists. That record, she now holds by herself with 10.
So what he's saying here is not a lot. With the likes of Sue Bird and Diana Taurasi. And that being said, is Caitlin Clark just James Harden and Luka and Westbrook?
You know what?
Padding her stats. And
if they don't win, then obviously I'll fall into place, except for way more people want to watch her than they ever wanted to watch.
They probably want her to win as much as she can.
Those other 2 players. Let's transition over to the MNBA. I'm going to go give you cut number 7. It looked like this was the game winner, but then we needed to go to overtime anyway.
2-point game. Indiana with it. Halliburton. He'll take it. He'll backpedal a 3 for the win. And goal! He got it!
Now, it turned out his toe was on the line and it went to regulation. I don't know how you guys broke down your sports watching, but I think that shot happened like right when the Stars game was ending, and I stayed with that game all the way to the end because we were winning, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, Van Pelt came on. He was like, something just happened in this game. We're going to get to it in just a second, but we got to show you these Stars highlights real quick.
Yeah, and so I was excited. I told Brandon that, and he looked up the highlight, and he was like, oh, my gosh, that's unbelievable. And then he goes, hold on, I think it was just a 2. And so then we flipped the game over, and we watched the overtime for Pacers-Knicks. The Pacers were losing by 14 points with 2.5 minutes to go.
Okay.
They were losing by 8 points with 40-some seconds to go.
Mm-hmm.
And they won the game. They scored 20 points in the final 2:35. They outscored the Knicks 20-6. And if you want to take it a step further, they scored 23 points in the final 3:14 of regulation. Consider this. That is the most points ever scored in the final 3:14 of a playoff game since they started keeping track in the play-by-play era.
Really?
So that's since 1997.
Okay.
And so, like, I get it. Edmonton definitely faltered with all the high sticks and their penalty kill, which was not very good coming into this series and definitely wasn't good in the third period yesterday. But I feel like this is a more crushing loss for the Knicks.
Dude, this goes back to my Stars feeling. When you lose a game like this, you got to be sitting there going, what just happened? How did this happen? And you know what? Sometimes, Kevin, you convince yourself that it was one little thing, and you convince yourself that, you know what, if we just do this next time, that won't happen again.
Yeah.
And this team's running away going, the confidence I just got from that win right now puts me in a better place. And I go back to the Mavericks run in 2011. Late in games, you're like 15 points down. We got this. We're going to be all right. Got them right where we want them.
It's just so weird, too, because this is exactly what the Knicks did against the Celtics.
Yep.
Like, they found themselves down by 20 points multiple times. But for the Pacers, they've done this as well. This is the wildest stat of the NBA playoffs so far, I think. They already have 4 comebacks of 15-plus points in the playoffs.
It's insane, man.
It really is. Now, on the flip side, you know what? Just because we're partying, go ahead and give me another Stars goal. Give me cut number 6, although we could pick a lot of them. Give me cut number 6.
Skinner comes out of the net. They pull the goalie down by 2, 3:20 to go. And that is shot into the empty net. Esa Lindell, the length of the ice. An empty net goal, and it's 6-3.
Thanks to the Hockey Hawk for this one, by the way. New episode of Spits and Suds up right now where you get your podcast. Stars became the second team since 1934, and that's when we kept track of goals.
Yeah, that was before the merger, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know how much they had to merge then, but let's say yes.
Okay.
And they became the second team since 1934 with 3 power play goals in the opening 6 minutes of a playoff period.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
It really is. And then
to get the penalties for one.
That, you know what? And none of them were like crazy major penalties, and you had to like, hey, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes
You just
there.
needed a couple of seconds to, dude. Tell me though for a minute, whenever the Edmonton had the penalty coming, and they had 6 players on the ice, and the Stars were like, all right, we're gonna scramble, and they were just in their zone for like 20 minutes. I was like, maybe this penalty is never gonna happen, and they're just gonna stay in their zone and let the clock run out until the game's over.
For half a second, I was like, oh, but if you score the goal, you don't get the penalty.
Yeah,
And I was
exactly.
like, well, hey, guess what, Nimrod? The whole point is to score the goal.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. And this points to a potentially bigger problem for Edmonton. In addition to the issues with Skinner, and we've talked about that. Prior to this game, before this game, Edmonton's penalty kill rate was only 67%.
Okay.
That means 1 out of every 3 power plays against you, the other team scored a goal. Obviously, that number is going to get worse after last night, and that's going to be something to watch. We talked about how they shut down Dallas on the power play last year. This year, their penalty kill is shaky. That and Skinner are 2 things that the Stars can take advantage of.
You want that to be in their head. You want that to be in their head. Because, Kevin, then they don't play as aggressive because they're afraid. They're afraid of putting somebody in the box, so they play less aggressive, and the Stars play more aggressive because they're completely confident in their penalty kill.
No, I'm with you on that. And Dallas Stars, their 5 goals in the third period were the most by any team in a single period this postseason. Remember, they also have the most points by an individual player in any period in the playoffs this season, and they did that twice in the same period with 2 different people.
Wow.
And they also have multiple hat tricks. They're up 1-0, and now just 7 games away from getting the Stanley Cup. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we got Rangers, Yankees, 11:35 supposed first pitch. Pregame coming up next. But just remember, we could be back.
Yeah.
If the weather does its thing, we might be back.
Whether
if
you
not,
like it or not.
We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.